I'm getting better. I'm getting better. I call to order the June 2nd, 2025 regular meeting of the Cincinnati Board of Education. We welcome everyone and request that everyone in the audience please silence your cell phones and electronic devices. And seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the June 2nd Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Treasurer Wagner.
Mr. Craig?
Here.
Mr. Crossan?
Here.
Mr. Lindy?
Here.
Ms. Mapp?
Here.
Mrs. Weinberg? Vice President Bolton?
Present.
President Moffitt?
Here. Please, everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I kind of miss the students not doing that. So welcome back to Treasurer Wagner, who has been off for a little bit. Can you call the attendance roll? Oh, we did that already. Okay, don't have to call it again. I'm sorry. Vice President Bolton, please
We're here
explain.
twice.
Make sure everybody's here. Please explain the virtual hearing of the public process.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during the hearing of the public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will open for your requests for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will now entertain a motion and a second to approve the June 2nd business meeting agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Crossett. Vice President Eve. Vice President Bolton. Today's agenda is approved as posted. Oh my gosh, we got to vote. Treasurer Wagner.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yep.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffitt?
Yes. Superintendent Murphy, please introduce to the board the following presentation from one of our schools.
So today, I am so excited to see the young people from Western Hills come and present to the public and to the board. This is a group of young people who created a pedestrian safety campaign, and along their journey, they completed a presentation to school board school, for which myself and Dr. Moffitt, Ms. Mapp, Ms. Bolton, we were able to listen to the young people's presentation. They were selected the winners out of a group of a lot, especially a lot of adults doing presentations. And since then, our communications team has worked with the school to be able to create a billboard that is up and was unveiled several weeks ago. And even since then, they've had a chance to come to the State House to make a presentation on their project. So I'm going to turn it over to their teacher to begin the leadership of how this presentation will go today.
Well, welcome. We were going to switch seats with you all, but I don't know if we need to. We'll stay where we are and have you all come up and give us a presentation. This is what it's about. Just a reminder, these students already presented to our state legislators. So they went to Columbus, they presented, they got a standing ovation, it's online, and they rocked it. So go ahead.
What we couldn't do really is rehearse for this evening because they've been on summer vacation. So for the first time this year, I'm going to do a majority of the heavy lifting, I think. Next slide, please. I was trying to just prepare for tonight, and this Jimmy Buffett quote instantly came to mind. This year has been an academic whirlwind, as you're about to see. Next slide, please. What actually happened was we had a student of ours get hit at the beginning of the school year. Do you want to talk about that real quick?
Okay. So at the beginning of the 2024 to 2025 school year, one of our dear classmates got hit. She was just waiting at her bus stop, just trying to get to school like the rest of us every other day. This impacted our whole school because she was a very beloved member of our community. And we decided that we wanted to stop this and make a change. And this is how we decided to start our student pedestrian safety team.
Great. Next slide, please. We were minded by the words of one of our parents who lost her child, Ms. Rodriguez, who said people have to start listening and paying attention. So as a class, we decided that's what we were going to endeavor to do. Next slide, please. The first idea we had was to make our own commercial. We assembled a group of young people on a very chilly October morning. Do you want to talk about our commercial real quick?
So we made this commercial to try to spread the word over the internet and everything because kids are always on the internet and so are parents. So we were hoping to get this video out there so people can look up and look out when they are driving to verify the safety of everybody.
Next slide, please. So we started to make progress. The students started to design their own pedestrian safety campaigns with billboards. This is an example of one of the early designs. The student was meant to be here this evening, but was detained. And this is when I started to get kind of nervous as an educator because they were taking the project very seriously. And as amazing as Lornisha's artwork is, we couldn't put that up on a billboard. How do we go from that student artwork to a billboard? Next slide, please. This is when we ran into friends from United Collective, a group of advertising agency partners in the city of Cincinnati, who met with us to do what they called a design sprint in our library. The image you see is from West High's library. It was probably one of the most exciting days of my academic life for sure. There was electricity in the air. And what came out of that was images you can put on a billboard. Next slide, please. This is one of the images from that day. Next slide, please. And this is another one. And you'll see the image that we selected to be our first billboard in a second. Next slide, please. We also won a grant somewhere in the middle of this time for $250. We didn't know what to use it for. Someone suggested using it to buy t-shirts so that we looked sharp when we went to City Hall. The t-shirt that I'm wearing was designed by one of our students who couldn't be here this evening. That's what we spent the t-shirts, the money on. Next one, please. We did present at City Hall successfully in December. We were very well received. We walked away with everything except for the money. Next slide, please. As our superintendent graciously mentioned, we did win school board school pitch night in January. We didn't know what that meant. And for quite a while, we really weren't sure what that meant. Next slide, please. Most of February and March were lessons in the real world. We waited patiently for adults to get their budgets together, both at the state level and local level. And in the meantime, parents from Lakota School District reached out to us. They saw our news report about City Hall. And for the first time, parents in Lakota who were working on similar issues as we were, reached out to me via social media to see if we could help out. Next slide, please. Do one of you guys want to talk about Aspen's Law?
Okay. So Aspen Law was proposed because one day Aspen, who was just trying to get to school, again, a similar situation, he got hit by a distracted driver. They were simply 15 years old. 15, just like the rest of us. A student, a child, which I imagine most of you have. Which you guys can imagine the pain their family felt, and their classmates and their friends. Now, the person who hit them only got about a $300 fine and a month in jail, which is nothing. Now, the law proposes that when you hit a student, it gets fined as the same level as if you would hit a construction worker. Because what makes their life less valuable than any other person?
Excellent job, good job. Awesome. Next slide, please. So we waited. We wrote letters to our state representatives. We informed them about our own Gabby Rodriguez that we lost. And we were largely patient, and we went back to studying the Syrian civil war, which was not nearly as much fun. Next slide, please. On May 2nd, unbelievably, we managed to get our billboard up in the course of the same school year. The folks at United Collective say that that process usually takes 18 months to 2 years. And what we started in August, really in October, we managed to pull together as a team between CPS's resources, our superintendent's extreme leadership, our partners in the community, and we can now see that we saw that billboard when we left to come here today. It looked down on us as we drove here today. Next slide, please. We were invited on May 14th to attend the state capitol, to be given a tour by State Representative Rachel Baker. What she didn't know is that we had more in mind than just a tour. The phrase that comes to mind is give an inch, take a mile. Next slide, please. While we were at the Capitol, on the same day, they were having a hearing for Aspen's Law. And these students, impromptu, were invited to give delivered testimony on the record at the State House for Aspen's Law. And they spoke amazingly well. You want to talk about your experience? You talked enough? You good? They talked plenty. Next slide, please. So that's what we're here. That's how we ended up delivering testimony at the State House on May 14th, which was quite a whirlwind year. So I think these kids deserve all the applause you can possibly give them. They did amazing. But they're educated, and they're not quiet, and they know we're not done yet. And they know we're not done until we stop getting run over. So the three things that we have, my numbering system on Microsoft went wonky, but the three things we're specifically having in mind now going forward is to return to City Hall to get the funding that we didn't manage to get the first year. It was well received, our presentation, but they needed specific things that we weren't able to propose. The meeting that they had was in the summer, so we're gonna have to regroup and try again to propose to get money from City Hall. We've also been encouraged to make a documentary summing up this work so that we can share what we've done with other school districts and possibly even other states. So that's something we're looking at doing next year. And what we need our support from the school board and from our superintendent with is trying to find some way of joining forces of working together. Working with Lakota was a first, I believe. And we were basically trying to create this as we go. I know it's a problem all across the city, and a bunch of people are interested in this. How exactly do we collaborate and work together? That's something we need to explore going forward. But thank you for your time. Thank you for having us out again. Thank you so much. You want to do your presentation? We're present. Media, and this one too, is working. And where's Russ?
This is super awesome. You guys did it. And I know you can talk more than this, but you guys did it.
Advertising effort so much. Thank you. Thank you for getting that on TV and advertising. Thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you.
Here, take it. Well, thank you all. Do board members have any questions? Board member Craig,
Got questions?
they have questions for you.
So I don't really have questions, but I did want to say a couple things. One, we'll say three things. One, excellent job using an effective amount of time to do a presentation. I believe everyone in our comes before us should learn from this group right here, delivering a lot of great information in a very concise period of time. Number two, this issue is a very important issue in our community, and because we live in an urban city, these things are more likely to happen than anywhere else, right? And we want to make sure each and every one of you all, as you travel, especially to a school that's on a major street, that you're able to get in and out of school, and that the worries not be about your safety, but be worried about whether or not you remembered your homework or the things that normal students should have to worry about, right? And then the third thing, do not take no for an answer at City Hall. I really appreciate you all pushing for them, and I believe if they were going to support the streets being safe for you all, then they should be able to put some effort into that and some support into that. So I really appreciate your hard work.
Board member Lindy.
I just wanted to say thank you first to the students for sharing all of your advocacy this year and also part of your summer vacation here with us. I think it is inspiring and a big deal, and I want to say thank you and great job. And just to Mr. Demery, I don't know if you would remember this, but I remember I just joined the school board.
I definitely remember.
And was at a meeting at the West High Library, I think on the same topic. And this would have been, I remember this so vividly because it was the last
Meeting before COVID.
last meeting before the world shut down. And although I wish we were further along on this issue, I'm very glad you're still doing what you're doing, and want to say thank you again to you and the students. So, thanks.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes, thank you very much, and I'm glad that there were at least 3 or 4 of us here on the dais that voted to have you win, and boy, it's one thing to have voice, it's another thing to take action. And then it's another thing to demand something be done. So you've done all 3 of those things, and I think that's great. As a matter of fact, later on the agenda tonight, we will be talking about a resolution regarding this issue about increasing the penalties in school zones to the similar penalties that exist in a construction zone, to the points you have raised. And Mr. Lindy's right, some of us were here with the loss of Gabby, and it was tragic, and it was not that unusual. And people have been working at this for a long time, and I know also something pretty exciting as well is that the administration has been outlining and mapping where we have safety needs, particularly around our schools, the infrastructure of warning lights and what have you. And I think that that's another thing where we can be insisting, because state law doesn't require it around high schools to the level that it requires at our elementary. So we might be calling on y'all again, since you seem to be batting 1,000. So it's better than we've been able to bat. Now, we're really interested to see what you can get out of city council, though. We're going to be watching that very closely. But congratulations.
Board Member Crossett?
It's great to see you again. I had the honor to be there when you actually got to commemorate the billboard on that day, and it's great to see you back, and keep going. Don't stop. Thanks a lot.
Board Member Mapp?
Yes, I just want to congratulate you all again. This is just amazing work. Thank you for your advocacy, creating awareness, and as VP Bolton stated, your action, right? This is happening in so many spaces, but you have truly elevated your voice, and you have demanded that we all pay attention. And so thank you again. I was just so pleased to be one of the individuals to support you in being the winner for the Education Policy Fish Night. So thank you.
Superintendent Murphy, Treasurer Wagner, anything?
I also want to say thank you to Ms. Bills for being here today. Huge supporter of Cincinnati Public Schools, of Cincinnati and young people being safe and productive in our community. Thank you, thank you, and thank you.
So I just want to say, and to conclude, I am so proud of you. It takes a lot of courage to do what you do, to do what you've done. And you're doing it just because, so you've demonstrated that you're leaders. And so just keep on speaking, because there are people behind you, there are people right next to you, but there are people behind you that are listening. I'm listening, the community is listening, and your voice really does matter. Sometimes you may feel like you're standing by yourself, but you're not alone. And so keep speaking up. I think you guys probably talk a lot more than you're talking today, but just know that people are watching, and true leaders like you are sometimes might feel like they're standing by themselves, or this topic is just not really, nobody's paying attention, but you make them pay attention. And you did that, and you're doing that, and you do matter. So thank you so much for being brave, because it's not always easy, but you did it. You spoke multiple times. Like it, girl power. But everybody's voice matters. So keep us to your advisors. Thank you, because I'm a fan. I'm always a fan of all 66 of our buildings. But when you all are doing great things, I want everybody to know. So thank you for coming. Come back anytime in the school year when you have your documentary done. I want to welcome you back to come back and show it to us so that we can see it and keep tabs on it. Keep us listening. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
You're welcome. Do board members have any acknowledgements or announcements? Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped around on my thing. We've got an update around memberships and professional organizations from Board Member Mapp and Board Member Craig. Is there any update?
So yeah, there's an update. So I reached out to Ray Hart, who is the executive director for Council of Great City Schools, and what he expressed and was pretty much what I had mentioned before, there is an option to essentially take a year off of payments. That is certainly explorable if we feel it's something we would want to revisit again in the future going forward. So that is something they have done with other districts in the past, and I know at least a couple of districts where, especially when we're facing some financial dire circumstances, they allow them to still essentially be a member, but not essentially pay for that year. I think there are some implications with that, but not something substantial. But there is no variations because the memberships are based upon the size of the districts as well as some other factors they put into a formula each year. So, that's the will of the board. You could certainly decide to ask for the freeze for the year, or you could certainly ask to just not be a member. I think I would raise some caution about not being a member of the council, in large part because of some of the stuff going on in the federal government now. We do not have a voice that is on a daily basis providing information as to what's happening with regards to the Department of Education in the same way that the council, who regularly meets with the Secretary of Education, does. And so I would certainly caution making such a decision to completely disassociate ourselves with them. But if it's the will of the board to make a decision to ask for the 1-year reprieve, given our financial situation, I think that's something that's fair to ask, and that is something that's been done for other districts in the past.
Just to educate the public on what we're talking about, we have the board, as everyone knows, we're in budget crises, making some decisions, and the board has memberships in the various organizations and professional organizations, and the Council of Great City Schools is one. So we have been trying to also join in on budget cuts, and that is one area where we have been looking at budget cuts from the board's budget. And so what I'm hearing, and the proposal is to, it's not a motion, it's just your proposal is that they will allow us the same benefit, but to take a 1-year freeze financially.
I mean, it's not my proposal, it's just what they will do. I would actually not propose it at all, but what is an option is if the board does not feel it's feasible to pay the membership this year, you can ask to have the membership essentially not pause, but the fee not charged. I think there are, again, some limitations that come with that and some things that would not necessarily, from a representation at council activities and whatnot. But you still would be a member, you still get access to information, you would still have opportunities to gather some of the documents and data that is produced by the council.
Okay.
That allows us to do some measurables and other things that we can level set against.
Okay, discussion. Vice President Bolton and then Board Member Lundy.
Well, I think it's particularly gracious on their part, and I think it's the best of both worlds. In the board budget itself, it's a sizable item for our small budget. And I think it'd be great to be able to not have that be paid this year and yet not lose our status as being part of the cohort of Great City Schools, because I think certainly we've been a part of it. On the 17 years I've been here, we've been members. And I know they've played an incredibly big role in finding goals and guardrails. So in the interest of us trying to meet the demands of this budget and be damaged and have to surrender very much what everybody else is surrendering, I think this would be a great option to withhold that, but not lose the status of being a cohort. I think also board members need to think again about looking at or direct staff, board staff, to look again at, is there ways that we can also reduce our rather minimal out-of-state travel that takes place as well, because I think other members in the staff throughout the district are going to be asked the same thing. So I would make it a proposal if we needed to, or we can move on as a consensus, that indeed we take the very gracious offer up from Great City Schools, as well as ask board staff to review our budget and to get it back to us as to whether or not we can cut some more from our budget and meet the demands that the whole district is facing. But that's great news, that they want us to remain but are willing to withhold the requirement to pay about $50,000 that it takes to be a part.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Lindy.
Thank you, and I apologize that I stepped out for just a second and may have missed this. Mr. Craig, are they saying they will give us the same services and support for a year for free?
No, what they're essentially saying is that we still would have access to what a member district would have access to, which is the information that they gather. Now, there are still services and other things that they provide that likely, if we were to be asking them to do, would be very difficult for us to ask in the light of the fact that we are not paying them for it, because it does come at a cost to their services and staff. But information that they have gathered, information they use to right-size or to kind of right-size data standpoints of where we are against other districts and that type of thing, still would be information that would be collected. There's still information they collect from us to kind of build into their metrics of what our districts across the country, urban districts across the country are doing. So I think all of those things would still be allowable. The idea has generally been that if a member district struggled to make their budget work and needed a year off in order to do so, they would not lose out on all the benefits of being a member just because of that. For 1 year.
I got it. Thank you. I think I got to think about where I'm at on that. I think that the council's vision and coaching around what effective school boards do is the best I've seen anywhere. And it makes me sad that we've moved so far away from that. And so I'm going to do everything I can to keep us trying to go back in that direction, because I think we could all, myself included, stand to learn some good things. I was going to make a counter proposal, because I do think it's really important that we as a board do our share around the costs that are needing to come out of the budget as a whole. So one thing I wanted to propose was whatever the percentage of the last year's, whatever the overall percent cut is that we're needing to make at the end of the day, I certainly think we could reduce our board member salaries by that figure. I know it's not large. I know this is largely a volunteer activity anyway, but we do get paid little. And I'm happy to give up mine. And I think that if nothing else, I think it is a gesture of solidarity. And so whatever that percent reduction is, I think frankly, all of us should be offering that.
Well, thank you for that opinion. Board Member Crossett.
I had a question. This is more of a question for the treasurer. If we skip a year, then we're going to have, in the next year's budget, we'll have this $48,000 come back into the budget. And I'm just wondering if we could not necessarily truly skip a year. I wondered if we could reserve half of that money now and have half of it for next year, so that we don't get hit with that big bump in the next year, if that's a possibility. We could smooth it out a little bit.
I think that's definitely an interesting idea, and we're hearing a variety of topics. I just want to remind people, the board members get, by the state, the revised code, $5,000 a year. So what Board Member Lindy is proposing is that we take a cut. I'm going to invite the administration to be more responsible on the broader scheme. We're not going to pinch from a $60,000 budget, and we need to cut millions. So I think that the issue is a lot bigger. We were coming to talk about the disparity between the Council of Great City Schools at $48,000 a year versus the Ohio School Board Association, which is $13,800. It's not the same services. One's on the state level, the other's on the federal level, but we have really big issues, millions to cut. And so you're not making a motion at the moment, you're just giving the information. That's the conclusion of old business. Any other questions? Board Member Rapp, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you, Board Member Craig, for providing a summary of the discussion. Also, I really like Board Member Cross's recommendation because I really think that the work that the council does is really great, and I really hope that in considering maintaining that relationship, that we can be more intentional about how we actually utilize their services, so we can make sure that we're getting that return on investment as well.
Sure. Any other comments? Okay, so we've got the information. Moving on. New business. Do board members have any acknowledgements or announcements? I just want to say congratulations to the class of 2025. all of our schools, graduated some excellent students who brought in multi-millions of dollars. And so congratulations to every single 2025 graduate of CPS. Superintendent Murphy, please present any announcements and retirements that you may have.
I definitely want to start with a few retirements on our certificated staff. We do have a couple, and for today, on the next slide, you will see a teacher, Leslie Kubik from Fairview German Language School, and an additional teacher, Kent E. Underwood from Silverton Elementary School. We also have on our civil service side, Sheila Pottorf, a food service helper at Mount Washington School, and Andrea Robinson, a paraprofessional at Aspire. Congratulations to all being recognized for their retirement. And then I do have a couple of quick, timely kudos. Our kids, even though school is out, they are still hard at work. On the next slide, you will see an announcement about our district athletics. We do have some state qualifiers in track and field, so we want to acknowledge those. So in Division I, Walnut Hills High School, Tazara Prophet is a junior, and she qualified for the long jump. Haviland Fairman, a senior, qualified for the discus. In addition to that, in Division II, again, track and field state qualifiers, Javon Jarman qualified for the 100-meter dash, and Lorenzo McMullen qualified for the high jump. We also have an all-boys 4x100 relay team, and those students from Taft High School are made up of Marcus Hawkins, Javon Jarman, Mansana Tolbert Jr., Eddie Holloway, and Zion Baker. Congratulations to those state qualifiers. Then my next kudos I want to give to Sierra Badgett and LaRonda Thomas from our school and community partnership team. They did host on May the 20th our parent leader celebration at Rothenberg Academy. The goal was to be in the rooftop garden section of the school. However, Mother Nature was not quite cooperating, but that cafeteria was absolutely beautiful. It was extremely well attended, and everything was just perfect. We are so grateful for our parent leaders this school year. And then the last, I want to just give just a little taste of this. This is raw data from our spring 2025 state testing. A lot of good things to celebrate. Again, this is raw data. You'll get more detailed, a more appropriate time. But we did have growth in 15 of the 20 tested areas. One of those areas remained flat right now, but again, this is raw data. And 4 saw a 1% to 3% decrease, but there are opportunities there for cleanup, which our EMIS team is working on as we speak. So super excited about those high increases in 8th grade and at the high school level in American history, geometry, and Algebra 1 in particular. Those are my acknowledgements for this time.
Great.
Madam President.
I'm sorry.
I just want to, because I forgot to do it, and then it was reminded me there, just celebrate all the folks who won Employee of the Year at the ceremony, because, again, this is something that was started a few years back. It's a great way to celebrate all of our great employees in the district who do a tremendous job, folks who were nominated, got to come up. Past years have brought so much of their families that we then had to do a virtual version to allow folks to see it and live stream it. Because everybody brought like 20 people in past years. But it is an exciting thing. I got to attend for a little bit this year before heading off to another event, but it was, again, another one of those ways we celebrate the staff in our district and the people who are doing the hard work throughout the district, and really appreciate all of them.
Great. And Treasurer Wagner.
So I had three quick announcements, sorry. The first one being, as Rob pulls it up, Vice President Bolton kind of mentioned this at the last meeting, but I wanted to celebrate with the public on the state auditor released their new financial health indicators. And Cincinnati There's 17 indicators, 2 which don't apply to school districts. They apply to different governmental entities. So out of the 15, we received green, which is good, on all but 2. The one indicator that's on the left is a percent of expenditures versus revenues. And so we're in the little cautionary area, which is typical in later ends of a levy cycle. Beginning of the levy cycle, you tend to take in more money than you spend. The end of the levy cycle, you tend to spend more than you take in. So that's kind of expected, or not unexpected, let's put it that way. And then the other one is we'll never get out of yellow on this because the state or the GASB rules on our financial reporting make us show the state's liability to pay retirement payments to our employees, even though we've already put our money in, our share, the employee's share of our retirement to match what they do. We have to carry that on our books, on our comprehensive annual financial report. So our percent of liabilities always looks horrible. And that is going to be for every school district in the state of Ohio. But anyway, so this is really nice to have all the greens up there. So we are looking healthy as of the fiscal year 24 report card. Next slide. Just want to let the board know that we did receive our millage estimate back from the county auditor, and so that we can do the next resolution at the next board meeting to file and get our issue number. So we have to file with after your second resolution accepting this language, we will take it to the Hamilton County Board of Elections to get our issue number for the levy in November. This is the $48 million renewal that was originally passed in 2016, and they've been 5-year cycles. We are now extending it to a 10-year cycle at the same $48 million. And that has a $15 million set aside for preschool. Okay, next slide. So last week, Vice President Bolton and I were invited down to Channel 12 to film a segment on Ohio school funding. We were the Ohio experts. We were joined by the Superintendent of Franklin City Schools, Michael Sander, and so they did, Paula Todi and Chelsea Sick did a segment with the educator team, and then when we left, they brought the representatives up to talk, and so we were well represented by Representative Isaacson. He did a really nice job, and the other representative was Adam Bird. So they filmed for an hour. They're going to bring it down to a 30-minute segment, and it'll air sometime in June. And Ms. Bolton, did you want to add anything to that?
No, it's challenging and enjoyable, and hopefully by the time it airs, most things will be resolved, or at least known. But I think it was great that there's interest by a local station.
Yes, and they did a really nice job on their research. They were very well informed on the challenges of Ohio State school funding. So it was quite an honor to be invited down there. Yeah, it was fun. Okay, that's it for me.
Great, thank you so much. Before we go to the hearing of the public, I'm going to just also provide an update to the board members and the public. We got the total number around the board's budget. The Council of Great City School membership is $50,000 a year, I'm rounding up. The board's total non-personnel budget is only $125,000. The Council of Great City membership is 40% of that $125,000. So I just want to put that in perspective so that we're not talking about a lot of money, but that provides some context for those numbers. And I think I will turn it over now. Vice President Bolton, the chair is yours to please conduct the hearing of the public.
Thank you, Madam President. We are now at the item on the agenda for hearing the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you're online, once a request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any questions you might have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end your person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel matters by name. After speaking, if you're online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to live stream meeting. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful of all listeners. And as we get started, we'll call up our first three speakers. We have Jakira Thompson, Deyanix Wright, sorry about that, Wright, and then also we have a little bit easier, Nancy Sullivan, and we have Pat Hunley. If those four folks will come forward, and we will proceed. That means come on down. And after these people speak, the next group of speakers apparently are here regarding issues and concerns regarding Withrow. There's only one online, right? Just one? Yeah, they're ready. Let's do them.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Our one speaker for online today is Sandra Herine. Sandra, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes. Sandra, you can unmute your camera and mic. Oh, there you go.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought we were doing the persons first. Persons live.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
coming to.
Start over, Sandra.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to talk about the critical role that social workers play in public schools. In communities where students face poverty, violence, food insecurity, and systematic inequality, school is often one of the very few spaces, safe spaces that they have. But even that space sometimes isn't enough without the right support. Youth in urban areas, as you know, are experiencing a growing mental health crisis. Anxiety, depression, trauma, even suicidal thoughts are becoming more common. And yet too many of these students lack access to basic mental health care and resources. That's where school social workers come in. They are lifelines. Social workers identify students in crisis, connect families with vital services, and ensure kids are seen and supported. They bring trauma-informed care into classrooms, helping educators understand that misbehavior might be a symptom of pain, not defiance. Without school social workers, we're asking students to focus on math and reading while their world feels like it's falling apart. But with them, we're giving students a chance, not just to survive, but to thrive. CPS schools doesn't just need social workers, they deserve them. Every child deserves someone who's fighting for their future. I understand we're in very difficult times right now and difficult decisions have to be made, and we trust your leadership to make the best decisions. I just ask you to think about the social workers. I know in our building, Sarah Madrigal, Sharice Parrish, and Jared Knight, I've literally seen them save lives. And so just want to encourage you to think about our social workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker? Shakira? Oh, do you want to take it? All right, go for it. Hello.
Coach Q, well, that's what I go by Coach Q. These are two of my players. We actually just recently found out that our head coach, his position he's trying to be replaced right now. And it kind of came, blindsided. We weren't expecting it at all. So we're here just showing our support. And as coaching staff, we've taken the necessary steps to try to save his position and move forward. But two of my girls did want to show their love and appreciation and everything that he's done for them personally, so.
My name is Diana Wright, and yeah, I think this is wrong because they waited till the last day to say something when he had already provided all of the stuff. He had spent like $2,000 on stuff, and yeah, he is more than a coach. He takes us home. He's a mentor and a father figure to all of the players. Whenever we are in need of something, he provides it. And he just loves all his players equally. He's very joyful, understanding, and genuine. And yeah.
My name is Jakira Thompson. We built this program
like when we was seventh graders and we are now juniors, and he just wanted to stay until we graduated. And for them to take him away from us is something that we don't like. It's like they only cared about their feelings and not his feelings or our feelings. And this decision was made selfishly by our AD and other people that's at our school. And we feel like he deserved to finish out until we graduate, because that was his plan was.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all very much, and I know it's deeply appreciated by Coach. Nancy Sullivan, and then it'll be Pat Hunley after that. And during that time, if the folks that are here for Withrow concerns, come on down to the front, and I won't call individual names till you're down here, but feel free to come on down while Nancy and Pat speak.
Okay,
Ms. Sullivan.
thank you. Nancy Sullivan. I live in East Price Hill. I'm the parent of 2 CPS alums. I'm the director of Transformation CDC, and I'm on the board of the 3R Fund for Immigrants, which provides legal support for immigrants. I'm also on the Carson LSDMC, and I'm in and out of Roberts Academy twice a week for years. So I did not see under presentations and discussions anything about the resolution opposing HB 42. Has the board already approved this and sent it on to Columbus? It's a question. Unless you live under a rock, you've probably seen some news about what happened in Price Hill this weekend, where at least one CPS parent was picked up by ICE, and several other men also picked up in the parking lot of Kroger's. I actually chased the guys down, the ICE officers, with no success. My question to the board is, what is the board going to do? I know that the Roberts Learning Center, Community Learning Center, is going to be open once a week to help parents fill out necessary documents. Is that going to happen in other schools with large immigrant populations? Parents finally realize they need to do this family safety plan. And what will you do if your students are suddenly without a parent because that single parent has been deported? Now I'm going to change tack, and I'm going to piss off some people in this room. So, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him, but the evil that men do oft live beyond them, and the good is oft interred with their bones. So, I want to talk about what's happened at Roberts and the work that Joshua Halliwell did that was outstanding. I know the kids, they love him.
Thank you very much.
Well, I think that the community deserves some answers they have not gotten. I look going from 2.3 to 5 stars and other issues where he did an exceptional job.
Pat Hunley.
Hello, my name is Pat Hunley. I am a member of Withrow's class of 1978. I'm also a 62-year resident of Hyde Park and the Withrow community directly. I'm speaking on behalf of the Withrow alumni community, re the recent decision to hire a new principal beginning the 2025-26 school year. We realized that the application process ended May 30th. However, we've received a small number of applications as potential candidates to be interviewed before the application deadline. We previously and still are requesting to review all the applications and to assure that we are hiring the best representative for our community, because representation and effective leadership matters. We owe it to our students, families, faculty, community to choose the best candidate. Thus far, the process of, as presented by our current senior administration, has been less than transparent, not fully vetted, and misinterpretations, policies, and protocols and procedures that are unacceptable. Our graduation rates and test scores and other aspects of our school culture has been improving. Choosing the right candidate will help us continue growth. Conversely, choosing the wrong candidate will have a negative impact, which is not, again, fair to the students. We're asking for your participation and helping us be here for students and our voices to be heard. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Daniels, and then Ms. Bolden, and then Ms. Mitchell-Lawrence.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Marcia Daniels. I'm a Withrow alumni, class of 1981. I'm also on Withrow Alumni Board and also a member of the Withrow Athletic Booster Club. I am here to I can't get it right, along with Pat Hundley. And I agree with her that we need to be involved and know exactly who the candidates are for the principal of Withrow and what's best for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bolden.
Good evening. Hope all
evening.
is well with you. My name is Nichelle Bolden. I am speaking on behalf of the Withrow alumni community. I too am a graduate of Withrow High School and have held a host of volunteer positions and professional positions throughout Cincinnati Public Schools, as well as being a parent of CPS students, graduates, and a grandparent of CPS kids. I too concur with the sentiments that have been echoed by my colleagues, and I would also add that it's problematic, highly problematic, in choosing a lead principal with no direction, virtually no direction from senior leadership. It is not fair. I would also concur that this would not be done at other schools, certain other schools. All schools, let's say everyone's not equal, unfortunately, and that goes against equity policy as well. So I'm just imploring you to fix this process. We need to see all of the applicants. We asked to see all of the applicants. We requested that repeatedly. We want to make the best decision. Withrow has made gains, as Superintendent Murphy has indicated with raw data. Withrow's part of that data in making gains in terms of test scores, culture, and so forth. So with that being said, we would want to continue to obviously continue that momentum. And not choosing the right leader who is the best qualified and best representative, then we go backwards. And that's not what we're here for. We are absolutely here to support. We have always been highly supportive of not just Withrow, but of Cincinnati Public, period. And would hate to have to feel differently because the way that things have been presented, it's not a good look. It's not. So. And there needs to be equity in terms of speaking from all voices, not just certain groups. Okay? Because these matters are more complex than 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. As Carol Mitchell-Lawrence approaches with Lazarus Hand and Angie Kubin, come on down. Ms. Mitchell-Lawrence.
Hello, my name is Carol Mitchell-Lawrence, and I want to stand in agreement with my fellow alumni colleagues and echo the sentiments expressed in their statements today. Our ask, given the limited applicants that we have been given and the fact that we are not afforded the opportunity to see all applicants and apply for the position per our original request, we're asking the board to extend the application deadline for an additional 30 days. We know that one applicant that we were extremely excited for the LSDMC board to interview, unfortunately, that didn't happen. That person was not interviewed. And we're hoping that with the extension, we can rectify this oversight. Our alumni president and the president of the LSDMC board, Dave Bloxham, is asking the administration to create a document that the LSDMC principal hiring process that should be consistently applied and followed going forward. In my opinion, this will eliminate any appearance of bias. After attending the policy committee meeting on Friday, board member Ben Lindy pointed out that the CFT union is given unlimited time to speak before the board to address important issues. And that maybe the same access should be granted to other organizations. So I'm asking, because I think that's a great idea, because it's hard to sum up our opinions in 2 minutes talking, but I'm asking that maybe organizations like the PTSA, the LSDMC, and the Alumni Board are afforded equal access because we volunteer our time, our talents, our money, and we pay our taxes for the schools in which we serve. So addressing more complex issues requires more than 2 minutes. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your service, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Now, while the next two speakers approach the lectern, there are 8 or 9 people here tonight to speak regarding, I believe, social workers. If they can quietly come down so we don't disrupt these next two speakers, I think that will help facilitate. But be very quiet if you can, please do that. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Lazarus Hand, and I just graduated from 6th grade at North Avondale Montessori. I've had awesome experiences with paraprofessionals in my time of elementary education. My paraprofessional, Mr. Browner, has not just taught me academic lessons, but life lessons too. Like when I was new, he taught me how to make friends, how to enjoy school, and even how to play his favorite sport, basketball. I think that paraprofessionals have more to offer than you believe. That's why you should not reduce the number of paraprofessionals in our school district. Another one of our paraprofessionals, Mr. Chris, helps when my teacher is in a lesson with other students. Sometimes he even goes to other classrooms and helps them. He also coaches one of our school teams. Mr. King is another paraprofessional who impacts me, and he's not even in my classroom. I am inspired by him and his leadership to students both in school and out of school through the Men of More program. My paraprofessionals are really helpful and caring and do not deserve to be ejected from their job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angie Quepin. I am a parent of 2 children at Dater Montessori, and thank you, members of the school board, for your service and allowing me to speak. As a concerned parent, I respectfully urge you to reconsider any decision that would reduce the paraprofessional support in our Montessori classrooms. While I understand the financial and logistical challenges that our schools face, I ask that you carefully evaluate whether decreasing this support truly serves the best interest of our students and whether Montessori programs are receiving equitable consideration compared to other educational models within the district. I am a parent of 2 students at Dater Montessori School. I have served on the Parent-Teacher Network and the Friends of Dater Montessori Fundraising Committee. My husband has been an LSDMC member for the past 2 years. We are extremely involved in our schools and are proud of the education that our children are receiving. Our oldest child was this past year, was taking 7th and 8th grade math as a 6th grader. He was one of just a few children who received a perfect score on the state air testing for math. We strongly attribute this to the individual attention that he was able to receive at Dater Montessori, thanks to the current staffing arrangements of having a full-time paraprofessional in his class, so that his teacher could give him one-on-one attention that allowed him to excel. We would like for our younger son to be afforded this opportunity as well, but this may not be possible if the paraprofessional hours are reduced. If we had wanted our children in a traditional public school setting, we would have chosen a different school, and perhaps even a different school district. If paraprofessional hours are cut, we may be forced to explore other educational options, including the EdChoice voucher program and private school alternatives, which would be a difficult but necessary decision. I am certain that we would not be the only CPS family who would choose this option, and that too would directly affect the future funding of CPS schools. I invite you to visit any Montessori classroom in our district to observe firsthand the vital role that the paraprofessionals play, not only in the classroom management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next 4 speakers are Nikki Smith, Emily Blaker, Deshauna Williams, and Beth Tracy Kaliski.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Nikki Smith-Eberhardt. I'm a parent of a rising fourth grader at Pleasant Ridge Montessori, and I also serve as the parent rep on the PBIS team at her school. I'm here today to emphasize the importance in our own family of her school social worker. There are days when I can't get my daughter to get up, to get ready, and all I have to say is I'll message Miss Allie, and Miss Allie is standing at that door, and she gives her a look, and it gets her to school. Miss Allie has helped me as a parent know that sometimes I have to say things like, it's really hard to get used to a new sweatshirt and eat and be able to say things I never thought I'd have to say to get my kid to go to school. So Miss Allie helps our family and all the families in our community. I also work at another district locally who cut 50% of their social workers, and I encourage you to look at the data of what happened in the 2 years after that social worker, after that cut was made. Secondly, I'd like to speak on behalf of my daughter's paraprofessionals who are women who are able to get her to listen to things that she won't listen to me about. This is more than education. This is about making them be good community members and raising strong women. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Emily Blaker. I'm a social worker at Hughes STEM High School. In the face of growing challenges, social workers do not merely support, they protect, intervene, and save lives. Behind each statistic is a child who deserves to grow up with dignity, safety, and support. Social workers are not optional, they're essential. We keep students in school, we respond to crises, we create safer learning environments, and we connect families with life-sustaining resources. Tonight, you're not just making a financial decision, you're making a moral one. Please do not eliminate these essential positions. Our students deserve better. When something truly matters, we find a way. And in this difficult moment, we must find a way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deshauna Williams. Take your time.
Thank you. My name is Deshauna Williams. I'm a CPS parent and PBIS social worker for the district and have been for the past 7 years. In addition to that, I've also taken on the roles of launch ed instructor, delivering trainings in CPI, trauma-informed care, PBIS professional development, and restorative practices for educators. Tonight, I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for every student who walks into a school building carrying more than a backpack. I'm speaking for the child quietly battling trauma, the teen on the edge of giving up, and the family that doesn't know where to turn for help. School social workers stand at the intersection of crisis and classroom. We don't just respond, we restore. We build bridges between families and schools, between policy and people, between what hurt and what heals. Yes, we do home visits and manage attendance and respond to crises and connect families to resources. But what you may not know and realize, we also lead implementation of House Bill 410 and House Bill 318. We train staff not only on social emotional learning, but also on the Focus SIS and Canvas systems. We design culturally responsive SEL lessons based on students' lived experiences, like using Wicked to teach empathy, or Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl performance to explore identity and conflict resolution. And we do all of this while supporting multiple schools, hundreds of educators, and thousands of students. At the very same time, it is being proposed that PBIS school social worker position is no longer needed. I am training 73 employees district-wide in restorative practices alone. A training model built for 2 certified instructors, but led by 1, not because I volunteered for double the workload, but because the need is urgent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Beth Tracy Kaliski, and I work at Sands Montessori. I teach 3 to 6-year-olds. I'm here to talk about the cutting of our social workers. Our school is one of the schools that is currently slated to go from a full-time social worker to a part-time social worker. I could tell you the story of a child from the West End. I'm gonna cry saying this. I could share with you the story of the child from the West End who asked me about gunshots in my neighborhood and whose brother's friend was killed in the front of their house. I could share that with you, and how that child was absolutely shut down until he started seeing our school social worker every week. He went from a statistic to a child who was learning and a child who thrived. I could also tell you the story of my autistic student with intense anxiety and OCD who was almost shut down at the beginning of the school year. The environment was completely overwhelming for this child. Our social worker met with him weekly, and he began to thrive as well. I could also share with you the story of a child who came to school with a contact high every day from his mother smoking weed around him. I could share that story with you, and I could tell you the integral part that our social worker played in helping that child be put in the custody of his father so that child could no longer become a statistic, and so that child could also thrive and learn the second half of the school year. I could share with you many stories, as could many of the people in this room, but the point is that these social workers are miracle workers. If you want test scores to improve, you must keep full-time social workers in our school. Yes, my school is not a Title I school, but that does not mean that my children in my school are not as worthy of a social worker as children who are in Title I schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Smith and Sandra Hartman, and then Naomi Madaris. Okay, you're right. Wrong pile.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Hartman. I'm the school social worker at Hartwell School. And first of all, thank you for allowing me to speak again this evening. I would love to share a story about how I had an opportunity to impact a student's life, but as you guys all well know, the stories that I have are all confidential. They're not anything I can share to say that these things happen. So I kind of want to briefly go over just a little list of some of the things that we do from day to day and the impact that we'll have if we do not maintain the current social worker roles that we have. We complete threat assessments, suicide screeners. We do crisis intervention to minimize discipline referrals. We report child abuse and neglect. We implement House Bill 123, House Bill 410. We support Aaron's Law, bullying prevention, bullying button supports, peer mediation, restorative circles, classroom SEL, small group SEL, short-term counseling, home visits, family connections, referrals to mental health, community and attendance supports. We partner with Project Connect and Kisser. We resolve transportation issues, we advocate, but most important, we are the relationships. We are the safe people. We are the 988s of our school building. And for those of you who do not know, 988 is the mental health crisis line that you dial when you need support. Social workers are here for kids. Please find a way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board members, Treasurer Wagner, Superintendent Murphy. My name is Naomi Madaris, and I am your district lead school social worker. I know you have to make tough financial decisions, and I appreciate all of you for being in those seats and showing up to do the hard work. As the lead social worker, I hear many stories about the traumatic experiences our students endure. Hearing these experiences would make you crumble in sorrow, as you heard some tonight. But I always end these conversations with our social workers by saying thank you for being there. Thank you for being the person that the student and the family could depend on. The national recommended student to social worker ratio is 1 to 250 students. But it says, however, if you're serving students with more intensive needs, a ratio of 1 to 50 is suggested. While we're not there, we have been moving in the right direction. It's 2025, and we do not have the same challenges we had in 2019. Cutting our FTEs will take away direct student support. You will see in an upcoming budget update presentation the recommendation to cut quote-unquote vacancies and long-term subs. Our long-term subs are paid out of Title IV, mind you. So that does nothing for the general fund, and I know we do not want to supplant. So at the end of the day, all of these cuts take away from coverage in our school buildings. No matter which way we slice it, the end result is a reduction in support for our students. We have to make it make sense. We can't be here for students, here for kids, if we are literally not here, present in the flesh for kids.
Thank you. Adrian Jackson and Victoria Oakley.
Hello, my name is Adrian Jackson. I'm the school social worker at John Gilligan Digital Academy and also a CPS parent. When we talk about school social workers, we're talking about the people who meet students in their hardest, most hidden moments. The student who walks through neighborhoods afraid on the way to school, the student battling suicidal thoughts, invisible to the world until a school social worker steps in and becomes the bridge between despair and hope. We are there for students when they lose friends, like we heard earlier, like Gabby, the child who's also struggling with addiction, or even the student who's also a survivor of human trafficking, who finally finds safety in someone who listens. We're there for the student hiding in the bathroom to escape bullying, and the staff member who's silently struggling on a daily basis with their own mental health, unsure of where to turn next. We are not just attendance trackers. We are more than just a formula. We are advocates. We are connectors. We are bridges. You are not just deciding on positions. You are deciding whether families have a path to stability, dignity, and hope. I know the challenges are real, but school social workers are truly here for their whole child. The cuts in social work from general funds is around the same amount of money recently approved for promotions. Please find a way to protect these essential roles. Find a way for the students and families who are counting on you, even if they never get to come here to tell their stories. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Victoria Oakley, and I'm the school social worker at Western Hills High School. I sent a lengthy email to the board prior to the last meeting describing what school social work is. So today I bring the statistical data that we all know and love, using my 10th grade boy group as an example. This group is comprised of 8 kids, 2 of which who earned 0 credits last year, and 2 more who had so many discipline incidents in middle school that they did not even attend West High last year. As 9th graders, this group had numerous discipline infractions, including several suspensions and 3 expulsions. Throughout this year, we focused on academics and group, while also consistently working through grief following the death of one of our group members, coping skills, and other social emotional skills. This led us to major improvements across the board. For fourth quarter stats, in total, we finished with 18 Fs, which for reference, we had 36 the first week, cutting those in half. 3 people had 0 Fs, 1 made fourth quarter honor roll for the first time in years. All year in total, we earned a collective 35.5 credits out of a possible 53.5, which is 66%. We only had 5 discipline referrals, totaling 38 days worth of exclusionary consequences. 3 people had 0 admin discipline referrals. 3 people achieved true junior status. Everyone earned at least 2 credits. We completed 4 Edgenuity classes. Almost everyone earned more credits this year than last year, if not equally as many. Multiple kids passed at least 1 EOC test, several of them passing at least 2, and in an alternative pathway heavy school, this is incredibly important to us. While some of these accomplishments might seem huge, any small improvement is quality improvement. So you see, social workers may be the easiest budget to take from since we're not directly in the classroom. However, the social emotional work we do full-heartedly impacts academics. We are important and incredibly valuable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. As Mr. Risby begins to speak, Jessica Ebert, if you'll come down, and then also President Sellers. Mr. Risby.
Good evening. Last time I was here, I pleaded with you not to eliminate any social work positions from Cincinnati Public Schools. I shared the data. 1 in 9 students are homeless, over 27,000 disciplinary incidents in a single school year, and 345 suicide prevention screenings took place after a child expressed either an interest in dying or a specific plan to end their life. And yet, here I am again, pleading with you to make the morally responsible decision. Let me tell you a story. I have a student who spent 6 months and 16 days in inpatient care at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. For those of you who may not know, that is an extraordinarily long stay. He has endured numerous traumatic experiences, details I will not share here. When he arrived at Hayes Porter School, he struggled, as expected, to transition back into a classroom setting. In those first few months, he had multiple violent outbursts and displayed behavior that endangered both himself and others. But as a team, we came together to ensure that he received the care and compassionate education he deserved. We implemented trauma-informed pedagogy, conducted regular check-ins, worked closely with his family, and stayed consistent in our support. That same student who went from having dozens of serious behavioral incidents in a school year went to just having one early in this past school year. Since then, not a single disciplinary issue. And 10 days ago, he graduated from Hayes Porter on the honor roll. And yet, despite stories like this, and I want you to hear me on this, the board is measuring the need for a social worker based only on enrollment and absenteeism. But need isn't just about attendance. Social workers support the whole child, ensuring their safety, caring for their mental health, and stepping in when they're in crisis. Without them, real students with real struggles will not get the support they need and deserve. I understand that the state and federal governments are placing you in a very compromising position. I understand that. But as I said last time, when something truly matters, you find a way. And this, supporting our most vulnerable students, matters. So I implore you to please find a way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ebert.
Hi, thank you. My name's Jessica Ebert. I teach at Sands Montessori. I teach 3 to 6-year-olds, and I'm also the parent of 5 CPS students. Well, 2 are now alumni. And I'm here to speak tonight in support of both paraprofessionals in the Montessori schools and social workers for everyone. As a Montessori teacher, I know how critical the relationship is with my para and how much she does in the classroom. And same with the social worker who's at our school. When things happen in the room, when there's just one adult, then what I'm doing is stopping my work with students to attend to the social emotional issue that's happening or any other issue. And when there's a parent in the classroom with me, when the social worker is somebody that I can call for support, my focus can stay on, right, this past year I had 21 students, on the other 20 students or other 19 students in the classroom moving their academics forward. I know that if paras leave, if social workers leave, if they're reduced, my own children that are left in the district, my 3 kids, their education is really gonna suffer. And as was mentioned by another parent, you know, we moved into the district for the Montessori. We couldn't afford before to send our kids to private Montessori. We have been thrilled with the CPS Montessori education, but we will consider leaving and pulling our kids if the education suffers. And I really encourage the board to listen to those of us who work directly with children. We can help you. I mean, we know where there are costs that maybe we could cut. We know because we're there in the classroom. So I encourage you to really listen to us and to seek us out and hear what we have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. President Sellers, as we referenced earlier, the CFT president, according to agreement and arrangements, has longer than the 2 minutes in which to speak. And President Sellers will be our last speaker this evening during this segment. Ms. Sellers.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I would just like, I'm going to keep it really short tonight. You've heard from a lot of the staff within the district on what is necessary. But there is also discussion in this evening's presentation by the treasurer that there's discussion about RIFs, which is reduction in force or laying off. The unions must be involved in this process. I've talked to all of the different unions, and we don't know anything about what the possibilities are, how many there may be, and how many RIFs could be happening across the district. We have not been at the table for this to happen, and it is critical that this is an accurate process because there's legal implications when this happens. We must have correct seniority dates for all employee groups within each employee group and classification. Slide 16 this evening has 75 classroom position cuts. At this time, I'm not sure that all of parents have, they said because there's less enrollment, so they're making it based on enrollments. I don't believe that all parents have made their final enrollment selections, especially in the non-magnet schools, because many people throughout the summer move and they wait to see where they're going to be living for what school they enroll with. Neighborhood schools always get a lot of new enrollment right before school starts or right after school starts. But the school social workers are a critical role for the mental health services for our students, and you've heard a lot about that this evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you, President Sellers. Madam President, that concludes hearing of the public.
Thank you. Right, so let's see, let's start our presentations. Superintendent Murphy and Treasurer Wagner, please lead us off with the presentation of an update to the contracts for fiscal year 26 with recommendations.
Good evening. So go ahead and flip to the next slide. So here, this is just a summary of all the work that's been done by the senior leadership team and all the budget managers and principals. They went through and reviewed over 1,000 vendor contracts that were issued in fiscal year 25. This is just summary. So there was 395 contracts that were just the general fund that represented almost $93 million in fiscal year 25. Next year's budget is proposed at a $77.6 million level with a $15 million decrease. So there's a lot of contracts that are being eliminated or reduced, and that represents 16% of those funds. I would highly encourage you to click into the detail. I can't put 1,000 contracts on the screen for people to review, but there are some cuts that are very deep, and I would highly encourage you to review those. There's another 67 contracts that are split funded. So in other words, a portion of the contract will be paid for by general fund and another portion will be paid for state or federal grant. And so there's another $6.9 million of reductions recommended there. All other contracts, which is the majority, 582, are non-general fund. The majority of them are Title I. These are under review, so you can see the footnote at the bottom that there's 265 that are still pending, mostly because we haven't been allocated our federal funds yet, so people aren't sure exactly how much money they're going to have entitled to renew that data coach contract or whatever that is. So those are still under review, but we've been focusing on balancing the general fund, and through much blood, sweat, and tears, we've come to a recommendation of $15 million. I'm happy to answer any questions or bring up somebody that has expertise on a particular contract if you have a contract. But the file is linked for your review. Rob, do you want to click on the file so people can actually just see it, please? So it starts off with the current year contract by, sorted by vendor, or actually it's sorted first by fund, so we could focus on the general fund, and then by vendor. And then so you can see like who did the review, how much it was, and what they're recommending. If you scroll to the right a little bit, so you can see the fiscal year in column M. Thank you, I can't see that far. In column M is the fiscal year 25, and the one with the yellow, the fiscal year 26 is the recommended. So this particular contract that's up first, we spent $70,000 this year, and their recommendation is not to spend money on it next year. And you can see who it was reviewed by, and then what budget strategy it's actually under. Growth sustainability is that first one. And so all 1,044 contracts went through this process. And like I said, some of them are deeply concerning. And I would highly suggest reviewing it in detail. Did you want to add anything?
Okay, do board members have questions? I know let's start over here with Board Member Matt.
Yes, thank you for presenting this information. So when you're reviewing the vendor contracts, do you all look at the data that's associated with whatever service they're providing and make that determination?
Yeah, so if you recall, for the last 2 or so years, and even longer, just educating people on return on investment, what key performance indicators are, and how to measure those based on the contract services that are being provided. So every contract, the majority of them, now have measures. And so the budget leaders and the senior leadership team actually went through to see, are we really getting the bang for our buck that we're paying for? Or is there a different way to do it? There are some contracts that have decided that it's better to come back in-house instead of being outsourced. So that's also under consideration, whether we can save money doing that. And so, every contract has its own different kind of measure, depending on what it is that they're doing.
Okay, so just to reiterate, but each vendor is going through that scrupulous process of looking at the data and making sure that there is that return of investment.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Board Member Gregg.
So I want to start again by saying thank you for putting together this information and again, the detailed list. I think first question is really just, would it be accurate to say some of the contracts were one-time contracts that we no longer will do, and those things would have fallen off regardless of what our budget situation would be, but some of them are things that we are now delaying and or choosing not to do in that manner based on the costs that they were for the 25 fiscal year. Because I want to make sure that's kind of there is a difference between the ones that we were not going to spend this year or choosing not to spend this year because it's not something necessarily required versus stuff that we are either having to choose to spend less or choose to spend differently for fiscal year 26.
So all of the above. So there are quite a few projects that were just one-time projects. We had to do this project and we move on, we're done, we're moving on. There's other service contracts that have been annual contracts that some we're rethinking the strategies about how the service is being delivered. Can we do it in a better way? Particularly around students with disabilities. And then there's some that are just, we love it, we just can't afford to do it this year. And so we're going to postpone it for another year or look for alternative funding sources.
I think that's the other part that I wanted to maybe note in what's in some of the contracts there is that there is a lot of things that we as a district resource out to purchase because in theory, one, we cannot do some of these things ourselves, but also some of these things that are at least listed in here that we are decreasing by a certain amount. We're looking at things like returning them in-house or other things that potentially could save us dollars. And I guess maybe the one question I would have on that end of it is there a plan of action in case the potential for doing some of those things of bringing in-house are not as able to be done as we expected it to be done? And I think some of that to me goes into, we've talked about this when we did some of the other changes from like phase 1 and phase 2, that there are things that we anticipated or thought might be able to get done or get handled, and then if we'd find that we don't have or are not able to resource in a way that we would expect it to, is there some alternative plans in place to address those potential challenges?
So, Board Member Craig, we did have that conversation a number of times, and there are places where we did document how we think that we can get it covered. However, and we may not, and so then we will have to rethink that. In addition to that, we're hoping to be in a better financial situation as we continue forward, but our conversation has been, we have to make the decisions based on what we know today in terms of what our realities are.
And then the final point I will make is I think there are certain things in here, like transportation and some of the other contracts, that part of what we're expecting is that we will be able to manage the process better this year. And I really want us to spend some time focusing thinking about that within the other school context as well, because I do think some of the problems that we have are in part because of the way we do it, it ends up running the cost up of doing certain things within our schools that otherwise, if we had made a decision earlier, or if we had done it in a less hectic way, it would have saved us some dollars. And I think that's, at least my time on our board, I feel like that's one of the things that we have maybe not necessarily helped with as much on the board, but if we can get to those types of situations where we can have a process or an efficiency aspect to getting things done so that we do save some dollars.
Yeah, the deputy and assistant superintendent and I had a conversation around, in many areas, we have standard operating procedures, in some, not so much, and that is going to be our work this summer, headed into the fall, identifying those places where we need to do that or make some adjustments and being more efficient.
You also gave me the idea that what we can do is tag those circumstances that we've brought things in-house and make sure that our ROI team is reviewing that and monitoring that progress and reporting out to Finance Committee.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think this also tags into some of the work that's been done with how we're looking at some of the audit committee responsibilities and the audit team's responsibilities, because I do think that's an area where, as to your point, Superintendent, as we get systems in place, we can start to look at the efficiencies of those systems and the efficiencies of how those systems are saving us dollars in the operations. And that's a thing that the audit committee has talked about as being a goal of the audit committee's work and the process of the audit team, is to really try and find efficiencies and savings. And so, thank you.
Vice President Bolton.
Yes, thank you very much for this work. Help me understand the chart just a little bit, it takes me a while. So you have here, when you're talking in terms of the percent column, what does that represent? Percent of what?
So $15 million is 16% of the $93 million that we spent last year. So we reduced $15 million, that represents 16% of what we spent.
Okay, and then that's true for the rest of the column?
Yes, ma'am.
So if we're looking at the total where it says 36.6 million, that would be if indeed we were going to cut all three of the above bands.
Right, but I would caution you that the all other is still under work. So so what we did is we looked for a contract that was issued in '25, and Brad grabbed that value, and then we went and looked in the budget building software to see if there was a corresponding value. And just because it's not there doesn't necessarily mean it was cut. It just because the federal funds haven't been done yet. I don't want to over rely on that reduction and then it turn in 2 weeks it's a different number because we processed it.
And the public needs to understand a lot of these things are still unknown. I mean, I know almost 10 years in Finance Committee. The Finance Committee reviews these on an annual basis. And if there's one area where I would really particularly defer to the administration, it's about contracts, vendor contracts. That is, it's not necessarily what I feel like would have the most knowledge, but the reality is just you're looking at least, or it could be at least I hate to use the word savings or cuts or not spent, whatever is the right terminology. That could be let's say $15 million towards our goal. Or it could be more than that, including the general fund split, if that were added to it.
It could be, we didn't have a way to get like the proportional of that split. And so
Gotcha.
it'll be 15, if everything's accepted, 15 plus some of that 6.9 million.
Okay, and then the other that you're still reviewing.
Correct.
Do we anticipate that by the 23rd, when we hope that the almost final budget could be done, that you would be able to come back to us and tell us we've also added this or taken this away?
What we can do is promise to give you an update. What I don't know is when ODE is going to tell us what our federal fund allocations are going to be.
Exactly. Okay, so for this, help me out, just two more things. I got a list long ago, and it's probably wrong, and it's just a printout. You're talking here that there's 1,000 or so vendor contracts. And for some reason, I had a list where it was like 1,600. Is that even a possibility, or were we looking maybe at duplicates, or we're talking about, Are there school vendor contracts in this?
You could have been looking at last year. There is, in the software that we use, there's something called a requisition, a purchase requisition, and something called a contract. And because things that were attached that had a legal agreement with it, last year, everything was put through a contract. Well, we don't need a contract to buy electricity, right? So that doesn't necessarily need to be on a vendor contract. And there were some things like that, so that's why the number reduced. But we actually went through reductions last year. I mean, Esther was our last year, right? And we were doing a lot of renovations on school buildings, so there was a lot more contracts to deal with last year.
Probably, well, good, thank you, that helps clarify it for me. And I know other people have comments, but from tonight, are we looking for guidance? Are we looking for a voted guidance to both the superintendent and the treasurer about pursue at least this, or pursue more, or report back, or?
Exactly, that is one of the areas we're looking for guidance and direction.
Okay, well, when everybody's had an opportunity to do that, we can maybe have a motion on the floor for some guidance. But thank you, you answered my questions, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Board Member Crossett.
Yes, I wanted to follow on Board Member Craig's comments about internal audit. I think there was going to be some interface with internal audit to assess risk on all of these. And I know, I don't know if there's like, the administration has looked at these in terms of where they feel like there's the most risk or the most challenges of where these contracts would be reduced. And
Yes, our internal auditor has been at the table with us. Right now, we are not aware or have any concern for risk, but I believe she's planning to remain at the table with us as we continue down this road.
Yeah, I made a
Okay.
note to follow up with her.
Okay. Yeah, Board Member Lindy.
Could you just repeat that one more time? I want to make sure I followed the question and the answer. What, Mr. Crossett, what you asked?
Yes, I was just, the internal audit team has some expertise in risk assessment. It's part of what they do as their process every year. And so we're hoping for that process to be integrated with the budget system so that whatever reductions we made, maybe there was some evaluation of which ones might expose us more or less to risk.
That's great. Thank you.
So I'll go last here. I sent to the administration, the treasurer and the superintendent and our assistant superintendent, my budget categories this morning at 11:13. So you have this in writing. I'll just share some of my thoughts in looking at the contracts in totality and then some specifics with regard to Vice President Bolton's suggestion of guidance. I'm going to share them. This is not the first time that they've been shared, although maybe in this particular public forum, they'll be at least listened to a little bit more. But I have a specific angst around large contracts, and some of these seem to auto-renew. So they started in 2022, and then all of a sudden, we're renewing it for an additional year. I kind of thought that the board said very clearly and succinctly that we wanted to have some freezes. We wanted to have some freezes on contracts, some freezes on hiring, some freezes on promotions, some freezes on all that. Yet that hasn't really happened. But in the contract, some of these seem to be extensions from contracts that had already been in existence. So the contract started in 2022, but this is the third year of a third contract or something like that. So I want to give you an opportunity, as I have a lot more questions, but I want to give you an opportunity. Can we stop that?
Well, absolutely, we can stop that, but it's been past practice where, we used to do 5-year contracts, and then, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, we decided to go with the max of 3, unless there was like an unusual circumstance. A lot of times what vendors will do is they'll give you a 3-year contract with 2 one-year extensions, if you choose to take it, and that's on a case-by-case basis. Those contracts are typically brought to Finance Committee during our annual review, and the administrator will say, I tend to renew this. We also have tiny little purchasing department that has to handle all the RFPs that are out there. And so sometimes, I don't know if the decision might be that they have too many RFPs on their plate and they'll just go ahead and extend that for one more year and then catch that on the next cycle. I don't know for sure, but we could certainly make a practice or a policy that says, once a 3-year contract is done, it's done, it has to be rebid. We just don't have that stringent of a rule yet.
I thought we kind of put some things in place. This doesn't feel like the first time that we've had this conversation around automatic renewal of contracts. And then, but yet we're here. And then additionally, I'm looking at some of the departments that are requesting the services in contrast with the impact, whole child, academics. We seem to be putting a lot of hits towards academics. And so, or things that, could be academic-y. And when I look at curricular management manager positions, or when I look at things that clearly say that they're going to not provide the service and it would be an impact to services, but those are services that are delivered, it just makes me pause. But my question is around the Hamilton County contracts. So I sent this list. There's about 6 questions there. I'm going to say them publicly because maybe that's what's going to be helpful. Is it possible I see we spend quite a bit on data coaches for quite a bit of schools, and we have done that since 2022. Those contracts appeared to auto-renew or to be renewed for significant amounts. I'm saying significant, 25 to 50,000 each. So I'm wondering, how do we, I know that's title money, but is there a way that we could preserve some of our CPS staff with having them be data coaches or having them do some of those positions rather than to have to cut positions? Can we utilize and reduce some of our extended contracts that we're providing for outsourcing? We brought in nurses, we brought in crossing guards. I'm wondering why we're not bringing in those types of positions that could potentially be used for our own people. And then I think I did ask this question in writing, and I'm just going to ask it here. We've got data coach contracts, and I would like to see before I vote on anything, we've got data coaches for schools that have had data coaches for 3 years now. And I would like to see the effectiveness or the return on investment for those data coaches to those schools. Those schools that receive that are, and I've listed this, PRM, Riverview, Western Hills, Carlson, got an ELL coach, Withrow, Bond Hill, Covedale, Frederick Douglass, Hartwell, Mount Washington, Leap, Roselawn, Taft, Winton Hills, Euler, AWL, Woodford, Gamble, Ami, Schroeder, Gilbert, Dater, Hughes, Gamble, and Woodward. They've had a data coach for multiple years. So what's the return on that investment? How effective are they? Let's look at their grades that they've had.
The question the list that you just read off is in the email that you sent this morning?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am,
right?
it is.
Okay, good, because I couldn't keep up with
I
it.
got you.
And so, excellent question, and we can get our handy dandy ROI KPI guy working on it. Did you want to?
There, just one, Dr. Moffin, just for everyone, some of it is just trying to honor the work of the individual schools' ILTs and some of the choices they make with title dollars. And the second thing I wanted to mention was one of our strategies was to what extent can we go with using title dollars for some of the work that we do in-house. And I think we have the cap on that, or pretty much close to it. And so we did use that as one of the strategies this year.
Okay. Well, I know that we've talked before about there being under title something around, and I don't want to reduce anyone's work to just this, but like attendance. We talked about those positions coming out of having to have positions coming out of title money and being able to use that before. So I'm just wondering why we're not considering bringing in-house some of the data coaches for our own personnel rather than outsourcing that. And so I think that's, we've had this conversation for multiple years, but specifically before, and we're doing this with nurses, we're doing this with crossing guards, we're doing this with resource coordinators, bringing everybody inside. But I think we need to look a little bit. And I've seen that some of these cuts appear to be specifically impacting academics more than I see other departments in here as well. So I'm not ready to vote on it. If you'd like to vote on it, we can, but I just feel as if maybe there needs to be, in more totality, a look at some of these contracts and the recommendations for cuts, because I don't see where it's appearing to be more well-rounded. It appears to impact the children on some level very directly. And then what's the plan moving forward for these cuts to provide, to close that gap? Because we're talking about cutting a significant amount of people and a significant amount of work. So what's the plan to close that gap? Are we going to ask more of different departments? Are we going to reorganize some of this work? It's not just about cutting the money, but it's also about filling in the work. So those are my questions. Again, you've received this via email this morning and seen it before. Vice President Bolton.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate that comment about insourcing, outsourcing, and I know that the administration's been working on that for at least 4 years that I can count. My interest in all of this is that unless we're going to have an extra meeting after the 23rd, we have to actually pass a budget on the 23rd of June. And I honestly think we're going to have an extra meeting, but I know nobody here wants this to go beyond June 30th. It's just too much. But I know that some weeks ago, I saw some reference in one of the presentations about cutting like 12% or something of all of the dollars that are part of vendor contracts, and it said what the raw dollars would be. I like being able to say to the administration, listening to what we're saying, I'd like to be able tonight to say to the administration, please pursue the idea of a certain percentage of cuts that would be coming out of that particular, not line item, but that bucket, that package. If you feel that would help give you the information you all need to make those cuts, that would impact on other cuts that you're going to have to come up with by the 23rd. I don't know if you can talk to the board members about a percentage piece, or is that even helpful? How do we move off this? Because we're going to authorize, I would assume, a Riff tonight, and the size of that Riff can depend upon the other costs and cuts that we're making. And this is where we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars, is in the vendor contracts. I don't know, I'd be really interested to hear my colleagues talk about a percentage guidance
Board member.
for anybody that's willing to do that, or not do anything and
Well,
keep throwing it back to the administration.
I have some thoughts, but Board Member Craig, go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily have any opposition to giving a percentage. I think the thing I would say, though, is that we have to stop saying, let's do the exact same amount of stuff we're doing now for less dollars.
Yes.
And I think my frustration is that we're talking about operating the district as we did this year, next year, with less money, and no thing seems to be coming out other than we're going to do less contracts. And the reality is, if you're not doing a contract, that means you're not doing work. Like, we can't say that we're still going to be doing the same thing or providing the same services and not having the same contracts. And so I don't have a problem with the percentage, but I think it really needs to be first starting with the board acknowledging that we're going to have to give up something.
You're here.
And if we're not willing to say that part first, then it's a waste of time to keep asking the administration to come back to us with all these other things with regards to contracts, because I think we all can find a contract we like. We can all find a contract that we're going to cut that we would be like, no, I think that's great, it's phenomenal, or ones that we don't like. What is it that we're saying we're willing to give up doing so that the administration can then say, okay, this is how this would get done, or this is how it would be helpful? So I think maybe in addition to the guidance of a percentage, I think it may also require us to acknowledge what are we not willing to do, or what are we willing to not do, so that we can do something else that is of more benefit or of the necessity for the students to still achieve.
I appreciate that. I'll just go. I think for me, rather than to have that question, I'd like to look at it from what are some things that I'd like the administration to protect. And maybe it's the same, I think it's the same thing, it's just a little different. I think we've provided guidance. Unfortunately, we've had to do this before multiple times, but I think that things that are significantly going to impact academics has been a thing that we've asked to be protected. So I'm not exactly sure if we need to maybe say it a little differently. I'm for percentage, but the percentage can't just be equal across the entire district. Some departments that impact students or some departments that only have technology will be impacted differently than students that have personnel. We just can't say a percentage across the board. I appreciated Mr. Gullihue's presentation. One of the questions that I had that I didn't ask was how in his example, we are making all departments kind of equal when their impact to the district and their impact to students and student learning is not. So I just don't know if that's fair or, it's not an equal process. It should be an equitable one. But I'm fine with percentages. But to say one department should cut 8 when other departments look like they could cut some people or combine some positions and they don't directly impact students, we've had this discussion before. So I don't know if maybe we need to be clear or if we need to just provide a little bit more. I think we started with zero base, started with that whole bottom pyramid thing. Fill in what's necessary. Some kind of way we got away from that, and it ended up being where some departments just threw everything in because they think it's necessary. Again, the directive was given, it just was interpreted a little bit differently, but I'm fine for whatever my colleagues want to do. I just don't see where there have been cuts with substantial thought around the impact to education, or if there have been, what's the plan that's going to be implemented to fill in the gaps that are going to exist? Because some of these cuts that have been listed are substantial to departments. What is the plan? It's nice to cut it. What's the plan? And I don't hear it. So maybe I'm missing it. I could be missing it. Board Member Lindy.
Thank you. One of the things I really appreciated about the materials that came out for tonight is there's a slide that has some requests of the board on it. I think it was later in the evening's presentations. Is there something you would like us to do with this now, or is it best for us to wait until you've gone through the other presentations and then we can respond to all of them?
I think if we wait, that would probably be helpful, because I do think some of the things that are being brought up are addressed in further presentations. And I do want to remind that the way we set up last time's presentation had the percentage of the budget for each of the budget units. And so that's why some may look like more and others less, because they have the bigger portion of the budget. So I'm not sure if today that's linked to be able to review, but there are some budgets that are bigger significantly than others. Curriculum is one.
I really appreciate that. It's very helpful. I think for me, I do have some comments, but I'm going to hold mine until we've had a chance to go through the whole piece, and then maybe we can vote. It was very helpful the way you laid that out, and I'm happy to get more into it later. Thank you.
Board Member Crossett.
I'll probably withhold all my comments too, but I will say that the percentage idea is somewhat of a trade-off between fairness and where we can really maximize the money for student outcomes. So there's a trade-off there, and I think we ought to just keep that in mind as we go forward. So thank you.
Vice President Bolton.
Yeah, on the percentage, I don't think I ever mentioned across the board cut. I don't even believe in those for the very reasons that people have been mentioned. What I would like to say is that I would like to see a percentage of the total amount we spend on contracts to be within a percentage that starts to make sense, and let the administration figure out how to do that, because I don't want to figure that out. I want them to figure that part out. But I totally, I thank people for bringing that up. I do not want to cross the board. I want the idea that this is how much we spend on contracts, vendor contracts, these are vendor contracts, how much we spend, and that I would like to have, and I actually appreciate even this 18% or whatever, the 16%, the way that kind of splits. I would like to be able to say, we'd like you to cut the total amount spent on vendor contracts by a certain amount, and you figure out where and how to do that, based upon the guidance you're kind of hearing tonight or whatever.
So 197 million, hold on. 92 million, 93 million of the $644 million general fund budget's 14%. Just as a rough.
Thank you.
So
Does
for
that
those in
math-
the audience that may not have followed that, the 14% is, our vendor contracts represent 14% of our annual general fund budget, the general fund portion of that. So we are highly outsourced comparatively speaking.
Very much so.
Very much so. So let's,
We return to this for a vote later, is that what I'm
well,
hearing?
I'm not exactly sure. There's another presentation on this that's listed there.
The contract piece is also a part of the larger presentation. Because of how it was asked for on the budget, we decided to pull it out as a separate item.
And yes, Madam President, I asked as finance chair to pull out the treasurer's actual report tonight out of the consent agenda because of the assignment we gave last time, which says that moving forward, we'd like to see a different format for the treasurer's report based upon, this is a one-time deal, referencing kind of what you're talking about. One-time deal, this is a continuation or whatever, and they've said that they're going to be able to do that, both the treasurer and the assistant treasurer. But interestingly enough, tonight, that does not appear to be something that had to be done for tonight, but I didn't want it to be in consent and lose that discussion or make an exception. So we should vote on the treasurer's report tonight now, because it doesn't appear anyplace else.
Well, given that it's the end of the year, there are no new contracts to go through. So
Well,
there's
you know
three-
what?
There's three amendments to, finish out the year, but, so the changes that are being asked for will be applicable when we start processing the new year contracts.
I appreciate that.
So do you want to vote on that right now?
Yes, I'd like to make a
Okay.
motion to approve the treasurer's report.
Second?
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
Discussion.
Discussion, I'm sorry. Did anyone have any further discussion?
Or any abstentions?
A wink and a blink across the stage.
Okay, you ready, Treasurer Wagner, for my
Ready.
abstentions? Okay, so page 6, line item 19, page 9, line item 4.
4?
Yes. So page 6, under the then and now, line item 19, then page 9, donations, line item 4.
I'm sorry, after the page 6, line 19, I could not hear you. Could you repeat what you said?
So then and now, which is on page 6, line item 19. And then page 9, under donations, line item 4.
Item 4, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay,
Treasurer Wagner?
You ready for a vote? Okay, Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go on to our next topic.
Yes, ma'am. So the next two topics will be covered by our Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Burkhardt. We were asked to create a transportation update and then an update on Phase 1 and Phase 2 regarding the budget. Good evening.
7th through 12th grade on Metro, put some stats together for the board About 1,260 students would be impacted for those 7th through 12th graders that would go from yellow bus to Metro. I do want to highlight the 288 students who are currently have an IEP. Those students would not be affected. I repeat, those students would not be affected. They would stay on yellow bus, as well as those KISSER students who are on yellow bus. Those students would stay on yellow bus. They would not be moved to Metro. One staggering cost I want to share with the board, the average cost per student on yellow bus is $3,085. If you take the $34-ish million that we spend on yellow bus transportation, divide that by the 11,000 and change students, you can see that it's very expensive for us to transport our students on yellow bus, as opposed to the cost on Metro of $364 plus the printing of the cards. So hopefully this answered some of the questions the board had. Happy to answer any others.
Board Member Crossett.
We also provide transportation for the charter schools. That comes out of our budget. Is that included?
Charter schools are not included in this. However, we can, according to law, if we've moved our 7th and 8th graders to Metro, we can involve conversations with those charters and non-publics to move those students to. They don't have to agree, but we can now, because our students are on Metro, we can engage with them. The law is very specific. We cannot go to them specifically and ask if our students weren't already on that. So we can have a disproportionate amount of service.
Vice President Bolton.
And to follow that up, specifically, the law requires our kids, if need be, to be there or whatever, but it disallows the private and the charter kids from being forced to do it.
Correct.
So I'm
They
just
cannot be
saying that a little.
forced.
You said it much more diplomatically. It's a class system. Our children are expected to be on Metro, and there's actual prohibition for charter and private school kids to be on Metro unless they are willing to listen to our engagement. But that is, I think that's 3 years old now, if I recall. But yeah, that would be a great savings.
Board Member Matt.
Yes, I didn't inquire last time, but for our students that are at K through 8 schools, and our 7th graders and 8th graders are going to be recommended to ride the Metro, what does that mean for those students who have younger siblings at those schools? Will that impact our enrollment, or is there a consideration for them to maybe be able to stay on yellow bus? I know that in our previous recommendations under a different administration, that was something that was considered as well.
Yeah, right now we don't have that as a consideration unless the board wants to make that a change.
Okay, yeah, I think it's definitely worth something that, worth considering, especially we're trying to increase enrollment, so we don't want to create opportunity where we could further lose students.
Hold on, I want to clarify her question because it was pretty significant. The question was around siblings. And if a student is a 7th grader or 8th grader and has a younger sibling who is on a yellow bus, do we have the number of students that would be impacted that way?
I do not. What we're referring to is what in the past was also called space available. So if there was space available on a bus and you had a sibling on that bus as well, that sibling, or at that school as well, that sibling would be able to ride that bus along if there was space available. I believe, and I don't know all the history there, I believe that went away 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, maybe you can have that as an assignment to get that information.
That's what I was going to ask about, if you could bring that at the next meeting as an assignment.
Board Member Craig?
Thank you.
So again, I think this is a topic that I have kind of stood on when we first moved students back to yellow buses for 7th and 8th graders. At the time we were at high school, and we were now creating a space where we would have both yellow buses and Metro going to schools. This was in reaction to what some of the community's thoughts were about folks riding the Metro, and I think it's proven to be not necessarily the case. So I'm happy to see us moving a little bit back towards where it had traditionally been anyway. I think Board Member Mapp's point about especially schools that are K-8, where the ability for someone who is riding with their younger siblings and the parent to be able to have the younger siblings ride with their older sibling makes a lot of sense for them to be able to ride the yellow buses together. So I think it's a reasonable thing for us to explore. But I do want to maybe point out or think about, because of the way we restructured our middle schools, we have a variety of different ways that a middle school is currently configured. And we have some that are 6, 7, 8, where we would essentially have one grade level riding the yellow bus and every other grade riding the Metro. And I'm not saying that we need to start sitting 6th graders onto the Metro bus, but I think it's just, again, this is an example as we think about, as we go forward, of how we're structuring the district. Decisions have an effect, right? There are consequences to the decisions we make. And if we put a building where we're having 5 different ways for a kid to get to school, depending on where they live, depending on what their program is, depending on Metro, what age they are in the school, it complicates how transportation looks. And I think that's one of my struggles, is I really want us to get to a point where we can simplify our longer term transportation plan rather than complicate it. And I don't know that we are doing that quite yet still. And I know that just makes poor Mr. Burkhart's life a little bit more challenging at times. But the real question I would have, though, and this is where I think it's important to appreciate also, while we are seeing both Metro and Yellow Bus showing progressive rates of getting more on time and more consistency, I know that there's still been some struggles with consistency of routes on the Metro, i.e., the route may be filled at the time that many students might get on, especially leaving school. And so that some of the students are just hanging out, but may lead to more students being at the school after hours. Same thing with Yellow Bus. We've had inconsistency for years about Yellow Buses arriving, especially at some of the older grades, on time and consistent. And so I just am wondering if this is expected to improve some of the efficiency that would maybe get us to a point where we can start to get a more consistent transportation plan.
Yeah, so a couple things to unpack there. First of all, we've given Metro our listing of student addresses and schools, so they are running in real time that data. So what does that look like, and how many students are going from point A to point B? Additionally, Mr. Andrew Aiello, who's been named the CEO of Metro, I have a standing call with him every other week where we discuss all the issues and look at the data. They have been very responsive on when we've looked and had those complaints to say, hey, at school X, students are waiting. They look at, sometimes it's a matter of if the latency of a bus is every 11 minutes, sometimes they can put another bus in rotation and make it every 6 minutes. And so they've made those changes when we've requested as well. What they haven't done is run specific, routes to schools, which they can't do, but they've been very, very good about working with us on those. We also know the first 2 weeks of school are very, very tenuous because everyone wants to get to the same place early, and sometimes we'll have a little bit of a gap there, but usually by week 2, everyone has it figured out. And where we don't, we work with Metro to make sure that service elongates.
I have a question for you, just real quick. There is a pending legislative bill that could potentially impact our transportation. Have we looked at how that would impact us?
Yeah, so there's multiple versions of the bill. It seems to be changing on a weekly basis, so I hate to comment specifically on which version folks are actually looking at. But in a nutshell, the language that is most common is that it would limit students from transferring at a major transfer hub, i.e. Government Square. Obviously, that would be detrimental to our entire process of getting every student from point A to point B, knowing that students have a choice on where they go to school. Mm-hmm. So obviously the corridors will help this a little bit, but it's very problematic from my lens and folks in Cincinnati's lens to to endorse this type of legislation.
And then my last question is about Bramble transportation. When we talked about transportation with Bramble months ago, it was like, we didn't decide on, the board needed to decide on if this was gonna be a magnet school, what was it gonna look like, is transportation gonna have to be provided? What are we doing for transportation for Bramble?
So through the whole process of having that discussion with the Xavier Lab, Montessori Lab School community, we decided to pause on transportation for the first year until we figured out what that process was going to look like. They wholeheartedly agreed to that. So for the first year, we do not have transportation unless it's mandated by an IEP or some other reason. But right now, that is for 1 year, just a stopgap measure till we figure out what that's going to be long-term.
Okay, great, thank you. Those are my questions. Any other questions? Board Member Crossett?
The $3,000 per student on yellow bus, is that are you able to benchmark that with other urban school districts in Ohio, or is it, you don't have to know tonight, I'm just kind of curious if it's possible.
I mean, we can, it's hard to benchmark because we have such different parameters than even the, Columbus and Cleveland on how we transport students, as well as Cleveland does almost everything in-house, where Columbus has outsourcing as well as some insourcing. So it's really hard to compare apples to apples, but happy to get that data and share that with the board.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And then, Dr. Moffitt, I just wanted to share regarding the pending legislation. We do have a meeting scheduled
Friday,
with Metro.
I believe it's Friday.
Friday.
Yep, I'm on that one.
Yes, ma'am.
I got you. I just didn't know if you had taken that into consideration to say, hey, if this passes, it's gonna go be this. I know they're still talking about it, but, well, we will know something by the end of the month, right? For sure. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see, are you the next one, too?
I'm the next one, too.
Okay, I was like, he's not moving, so maybe he's still there.
I could sit down if you like.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
The next part I was going to talk about the phase 2 costs for the growth plan. The total infrastructure cost, and we actually have this in a spreadsheet. I believe the board has it was shared with the board the growth plan and all of the tabs with all of the information, but I kind of summarized it up here. The total infrastructure cost right now is just over $3 million. That includes the labor to move, and that's labor to move not only our classrooms, but the specialized classrooms, preschool, and those types of things. Any renovation, walls, floors, ceilings, lockers at the middle schools, all new furniture at the middle schools, which includes desks and chairs as well as tables for some of the middle school classrooms. Building upgrades, obviously raising toilets for some of the schools that were for the little kids, curriculum materials, supplies, and then cafeteria tables. The cafeteria tables, I want to point out that that was a process that was already in place and will be in place over the next 5 years to replace cafeteria tables. What we did was switch out those schools that were supposed to get new tables this year with the middle schools. So this year, the middle schools are getting new tables to accommodate those larger students versus the elementary schools that were supposed to get done this year. And then the second part is the phase 2 growth staffing. We just hot off the press did on May 29th, a review of what the staffing would look like in phase 2 with all the latest projections. The greatest takeaway from this is the middle column on May 29th shows a savings of about $7 million and change, $358,000 and change. And if you go to so the next slide, the final slide, infrastructure cost, as I showed, was a little over $3 million. The staffing savings is a little over 7, which gives us a total savings of about a little over 4 million, 4.2 to be exact. And this is obviously in process as we are going along with infrastructure costs. We're updating the spreadsheet in real time. There are some on the spreadsheet, some costs that are in red, and that means those are anticipated costs. Once we have the invoice or that's been actualized, we turn that to black so that we know exactly where we're at in the process.
Board Member Craig?
So again, thank you for this information. This is something that folks have requested, and this is helpful to see. I think my question seems to be stemming around a little bit of the staffing numbers, and I think some of this to me is about, is this because we've also rethought how we're doing staffing for the middle school level and up, in a sense of like where the students' needs are and that kind of deal, as opposed to that we are seeing some huge drop in numbers in enrollment? Because I think the concern I would have is if these numbers are based on some massive decrease in enrollment, I mean, yeah, we're saving some dollars, but that means we're not going to get some dollars too. If this is about the fact that if we're treating 4th, 5th, and 6th a little bit differently now that they're, or 5, 6, and 7, or 6, 7, 8 differently, based on them being kind of a separate entity themselves, as opposed to when they were both K through 6, 7, and 12. Right. So maybe if you can provide a little clarity on that end.
Yeah, so part of the savings in staffing is pushing a whole bunch of the different levers that we had at our disposal. Obviously, the biggest savings is taking those underutilized schools that we know that were below 40% of capacity, and really you're right-sizing those schools. As we look at a lot of them now, a lot of them have healthy enrollments, which also means we have a healthy staff in those schools. So really, it's a lot of right-sizing that's happened. It's not any one thing, but I mean, you've called out a bunch of them in your question. All of those things together are giving us the answers, as well as these are projections going into next year with our greatest data as we have it right now. Some of this could change, hopefully not significantly, but we do anticipate some changes as well.
And then my only other question to the growth phase, which again, this is a great sign, it's a great thing for us to be thinking about. This is a kind of a one-time adjustment cost. So it is not something we will perpetuate over year after year. This is really we get a bunch of savings this year. Next year, we kind of we're back at status quo, right? Like that's where our new measure is, and going forward, it's kind of the expectations, right?
Yes, until I'm pushed to start growth phase 3, and then we'll start the process over again.
Vice President Bolton, thank you.
Yeah.
Vice President Bolton.
About the enrollment piece, what does that, we don't need a report, but what does that look like right now? I mean, usually in the FMP, at first year of anything, there's a drop-off. What are you all noticing as you see enrollment coming in and the projections, but also moving, like 6th graders from one building to the other building, or what's it starting to look like regarding enrollment? Because that will save good money on staffing, and we'll be able to have full programming where we have full enrollment.
So in the last Budget and Finance Committee meeting, Mr. Ashley mentioned that we had an increase of about 500 students. What we're seeing across the board is no longer a decline, but a stabilization is happening based on what we know today. Mr. Gallahue, is that okay? Or if you want to say anything more?
He's going to say something.
Yes, okay.
While he's
Can't be about a bridge.
While he's walking up here, the numbers that they used to do this spring enrollment matched within less than 100 of what we used to forecast. So the forecasted revenue, I was worried that the enrollment would drop and then we'd have to change enrollment, but for the revenue, but we're right on target.
Yeah, just to add an offer that the 500 students that's kind of referenced that we see as an increase is something that we really saw happening in the last half of this school year, which is really what changed our trend over the past 3+ years that we've been slowly seeing decline. Once we factor that in, it gave us a much better stabilization. So next year, based on the spring projections that we're seeing with real enrollment, the lottery or the school selection results and those kind of factors coming in currently, next year we believe we'll see a very flat, slightly increased number of students for enrollment.
So I'm going to kind of ask for that as an assignment, because I would really love to see what the projected numbers are and versus the actual numbers to date before, by June 1st. And then maybe we'll have it again at the beginning because, some attrition is normal. Some students leave. But I just want to confirm the numbers that I've heard because it's not what I've heard. So I'm hoping that what I've heard is not true and that we actually are having an increase in enrollment especially for our middle schools, particularly because engagement was low there. So I really want to make sure that we're doing really well there too. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. All right, our next report,
Yes,
presentation.
ma'am. So that'll be also a combination of Mr. Gallahue, the treasurer, and myself. And so what we'll see on the very next slide with this overall CPS budget update, Rob, on the next one. Oh, hold on for a moment, Shauna. Okay. So this slide number 2 is what we are looking for your guidance, advice, approval on after this presentation tonight. And you see the list of bulleted items there, and we'll come back to that list at the end of the presentation. On the next slide, Jen. Oh.
Thank you. So back to the pyramid for another revision. Just kind of recalculated this. You'll notice we did renumber the tiers. So 1's at the bottom, 4's at the top now. We did recalculate tier 1, so it's at 438 million. If you go to the next slide, you can kind of see these are the fixed obligated costs that we've updated. Big changes here, debt transfer went down a little for next year. That's two factors. One is we are paying off some of our debt, and we've made some money in interest over time, so we need to transfer a little less to hit the required amounts. Everything else is pretty similar. There's some small changes here and there, but overall obligated cost went from 63.4 to 59.8 million. Go to the next slide. Working through the state and CBA minimums. And so I went back and looked through collective bargaining agreements, just tried to get a little cleaner numbers. These are using updated average salaries. So one thing we do is we calculate average salaries as part of the budget process every year. And that's what we apply for all of the school-based positions. And we recalculate those throughout the year. As people retire, generally we can see a little bit of decrease in average salaries. Sometimes, like this time, it was only a couple $100. Sometimes it's a little more. But it's using updated average salaries and the pre-spring TAC enrollments, which you'll see in a later slide. Did you want to say something, Treasurer Wagner? Speak louder, sorry. Okay, so just kind of going through this, go back, Rob, for a sec. Just high level, trying to go through the state and CBA minimums. It's not just CFT's contract. That's another thing to be aware of. Like, obviously, classroom teachers and PAMs are in there, but you see like principals is a state requirement. Elementary support specialist is in the CFOP collective bargaining agreement. Building engineers is local 20. So there's a lot of different collective bargaining agreements to bring into these numbers. There's also non-personnel. You'll see some of that on the right-hand side. Each union has a PD fund where we set aside PD. There's some stipends that are built in for CFT and then stuff like clerical overtime. Combination of all that is 349.7 million. So add those together on the next slide. And you see that's how we got the end, plus 28.5 million for minimum transportation estimate from Mr. Burkhart, and that's how we get the 438 million for tier 1. If you go to the next slide, we'll go to the top of the pyramid now. So these are the new initiatives, which would be tier 4 now. And I think we've talked about a lot of these, from the foundation, crossing guards, the Montessori lab school. One is the new Walnut Hills entrance exam test, that's the savings. And then not all of these are implemented or in the budget, but they're things that have been discussed at the top of the tier. Next slide. So things that were approved last meeting, obviously the nursing, pausing the Taft Elementary Montessori classroom, transportation, athletic trainers in the foundation. And then there were some things also that were approved in the April 7th meeting that we wanted to put up and call out on here. Takes you to the next slide, which is kind of here's where we're at. So budget target is 624 million. Board approved changes on there was about 1.9 million. Tier 1's 438.1, and that leaves you with $184 million left to allocate. So after you take out Tier 1 and the things you already approved, you're looking at $184 million left.
So this is the slide that you just looked at. You can skip over it because it was originally part of this presentation and we pulled it out. So.
And so then I'll go with the next slide is just an opportunity to look at positions that were this past school year held by long-term substitutes. And there's a total of 140. And so we believe that what we can do with that is any positions that we have available with certificated staff, we want to first try to pull them into those positions. Those are the positions that are posted over the period of the rounds and sometimes beyond. So what you see on this is a list of those assignments, and then to the right, you see the process that we're using, and to the left, you see the letter that those long-term subs were given, letting them know that their services were completed. Then on the next slide, we were asked to share how many are in each of these bulleted areas here. So administrative positions with one-year contracts, there are currently 39. Administrative positions with expiring multi-year contracts, 43. And then the last bullet you can see by bargaining unit, how many people are in the retire, rehire classification. Jeremy's going to take care of slide 13.
So as we transition from looking at the additional data requests into what the board asks for tonight we wanted to take an opportunity to recap and really update the pathway to balanced sheet that you saw last time, really focusing on the top part under the purple heading. You can see that we captured all three of the items that were presented last time, the list of 100, the additional central office department critical budget reductions, and the line-by-line review reductions. Those are all linked here as they were last time, but we did add, for ease of reference, at the bottom of the slide there, you can see the master reduction list. That combines both in summary form and in the detailed list, a single file that represents all three of those for ease of being able to reference it without having to go to the multiple locations. One thing to call out, as we were talking about contracts earlier, I think it's important to note is within those the first three items there, most of the contracts that we're talking about when we're looking at the 15+ million of the general fund that has been reduced or not being put into the FY26, those items are captured within those first three items. So when we look across the list of 100 reductions, the additional CO department items and the line by line, that's where you would find the context for those contracts that are being removed or being reduced. I would call out specifically the additional central office department critical budget items. That link will take you to the impact list and to the question regarding some of, for example, the curriculum contracts. There are contexts in there that provide notes around what the impact of that reduction would be. Moving on. Not yet. To finish that section, you can also see we are capturing the items that were approved at the last two board meetings after the presentation. So in tandem with looking at the tier one and the foundation of the pyramid and building up, a lot of our conversations, just like that contract conversation, is around reductions, and we have to also track those as we go along. So this is kind of the hand-in-hand opposite side of that same coin, where while we're building up, we're tracking all of our reductions down to make sure that we're reconciling the two. So you can see we take out those reductions, which means our new critical minimum budget request as of the update on the slide was at 651.8 million, which leaves our gap at the 27.8. Following that are the three items that we also discussed at the last board meeting that are currently in progress, which we project will bring our budget gap down to 19.8 million. From there, we would go into our considerations for tonight and what a phase one potential reduction in force could look like. Superintendent.
And so that is what you see on slide 14, Rob, thank you. And we are seeking the board's guidance in this request for the reduction in force, which we did mention the last meeting. This sheet simply says what the process would look like. We have not engaged with the unions yet because we wanted to get your blessing to move forward. We are really in need of this because administratively, we have to give notice by June 6th in order for this to not go into the next fiscal year and actually have those savings. On the next slide, 15, you saw these positions before. We wanted to provide some clarity, and these would fall into the need to participate in that Riff, should you approve that. And so you see where we would have reduction. And then you also see where there are opportunities to do reassignment, and there's opportunities to reassign to schools. And then on the next sheet, earlier there was a mention of a spring TAC. We have been through the difficulties and challenges of having TAC in October, and I don't know that there's anyone who appreciates that, but we understand we have to make sure we have staff following the children. So we had this idea to do a spring TAC now and look at where the numbers are and where movement may need to take place. And so that is what you see here. And then on slide 17, this is the information about where our current how many current school social workers we have. We talked about reducing by 8, and so therefore maintaining 9. And we did use the formula that you see there. And then we wanted to share the categories in terms of where the employees currently are: 3.5 vacancies, 3 long-term subs, a half retire rehire, and 1 on a seniority limited contract. The chart to the right of that would indicate where we would distribute the 59 remaining school social workers, should you agree to do that. So on page 18, slide 18, you see the ask that 1, you give us the guidance and support around the tier 1 or the fixed obligated cost, the base, which is on slide 2 if we want to reference that. In slide 12, you could click on the link that takes you to the list of 100 that you have seen over time. The central office critical reduction, also on slide 12. Slide 12. The impact positions on slide 15. Again, these are all what we're seeking your guidance and support on today. A Riff to begin utilizing the spring TAC movement on slide 16. The school social worker reduction on slide 17. And 2 things I want to add. 1, the sale of property. And earlier I was asked about what we needed regarding the contracts. The direction of the board would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Questions, board members? Board Member Craig.
Again, as we always say, thank you for putting together this collection of material. It seems like it was a huge team effort here, so from both sides of the district. But so if I'm understanding correctly, if we did the items in the first 2, so the first set of, and maybe slide 13 will be helpful to understand, if I'm understanding correctly, where we're at now. If we did the things from the list of 100 that we can or feasibly could do, the additional department critical budget reductions, as well as the line-by-line view, or all the things that are inside of those, we get to that 27.8 roughly figure. And then if we do these additional couple items that we talked about at the last meeting, we get down to that 19.8, 19.9, somewhere in the range. All right, yeah, somewhere in that range. What are we projecting to then get to with the Riffs potentially, as well as the spring TAC.
At this point, we believe that will take care of the balance of this,
Okay.
right? This will take care of the balance of this. We did, Jeremy?
We got 19 million to go.
No, apologies. That would take us to 12.8.
12.8,
still
I'm
got more
sorry.
to go.
Oh, what you're saying is what's listed here.
Yes. so
I'm
the-
sorry.
Yeah, so if we
Yes.
did the reductions in force
Yes.
and we did the impact positions in the spring TAC, that would get us to 12.8?
Yes.
Okay. One, again, question with the spring TAC, and I think this is, again, an example of right-sizing some of the schools' resources and staffing to make sure that we're actually following what's supposed to be in there, but it looks like some of this is about moving some positions or utilizing some of the overload paras, the paras for the overload classes in a different way, or at least in some of the projections of class sizes. Is that correct?
Yeah, so regarding class size, you saw that earlier in the presentation. That for us, we did not adjust down for now because of not being able to really afford that. But that, along with phase 3, are two pieces that we would ask to look into for a potential new money levy in our near future, desperately needed.
And then just a third question, so I understand, and then I will turn it over to other folks to ask questions and inquire around. How many social workers do we currently have in the district? And maybe how many, I should say this, how many positions do we have and how many people do we have filling those positions? Because I know we have some vacancies, right?
Yes, I believe there's 63 total school social workers.
There are 67.5 positions filled by 63.5 people.
Thank you,
Okay.
Julia.
And again, I think this is another example, though, from my head on some of this. We are asking to have 8 roughly, or what you are asking is that for roughly 8 positions to be no longer full-time positions. There may be some half and other stuff that gets tapped into it. But we did do, and championed by Board Member Mapp, some of the things that we were talking about with regards to building the social emotional curriculum and building some of those resources within. I guess maybe my question is also, how do we plan to utilize some of the other resources or some of the other things to provide assistance for those schools that may not necessarily have the same level of coverage they would have had this year? Because I also think there's a gap anyway that was missing where we had at least 4 positions that were unfilled anyway, so.
Yes, but so you can see on the chart to the right, every school would still have a level of coverage, perhaps not ideal, and we certainly understand that, and we, this may seem like an oxymoron, definitely value our school social workers. But if you do agree to a Riff situation or give us the permission to move forward, some of the categories here would be some of the first that we would have to address. And so we are hoping and believing that with the training that we've had over the years, this level of staffing is going to be ample for what we're dealing with until we can have additional dollars.
Okay, and then I guess maybe the tack onto that is, are there opportunities to utilize some of the other means of providing counseling services and throughout our school districts that could be an on-call or something else that might be more readily available for those schools that might have, for instance, an incident, or we see something that happens at a school where there's a pattern of things that require additional needs after the year starts. So I mean, like, we know that some schools may have stuff that happens at the school that may lead to us needing to provide additional care and coverage for those students. Are we going to explore some of those opportunities as well?
Thank you, yes. We do have our district-wide crisis team, and we do have the willingness of staff, if there's an individual school that has something really challenging going on, those resources do come together, thank goodness, from other schools to help to support that school in need at the time.
Thank you. Any other board member questions? Board Member Lindy.
Thank you very much. I wanted, this is very helpful, I appreciate all of it. I wanted to just try to understand more about who would be impacted potentially in the Riff scenario. And I understand that there's more thinking that needs to be done, and I'll hold nobody to any of this, and I'm very open to the idea that this may change. I just am trying to move from $19 million to what that actually might look like, and is that big, is that small, how do we think about that? Could we go to the slide that shows just that last $19 million number? This one, that's great. And so, or I guess it's 20 million. So it's about, the idea is to do a Riff such that we close that last 19.8 and change number.
That's possible. There is also the concern if there's anything you choose not to approve or give us permission to move forward on.
Might need to be bigger.
Yes, sir.
I got it.
Yes, sir.
For now, let's hope it's just
Yes,
what's
sir.
on here, and maybe even smaller if we, come up with some new plan. The CPS Foundation raises us $1 billion, then we'll have a new.
We'll take it.
Great. If I have, I'm trying to understand, is that, to call it 20 million, that could be all of one group, that could be spread evenly across all groups? Like, how do we figure out, is that teachers, is that administrators, is that paraprofessionals, is that, like, how do we think about
So
that?
we would have to identify where there is the opportunity. So I can't use any particular example because I'll scare people. But we would administratively look at where there is the opportunity to make additional adjustments and go from there. So if you look at our where we usually have vacancies, the most number of vacancies, where there are those hard to fill positions, we wouldn't start there. How about that? We wouldn't start there. We would start with where we have more challenges or where it's a little easier, or where we have an over staffing, if that exists, of positions.
And so that is helpful. I think, and again, it's more the big picture that I'm trying to get my head around than the specifics. But
Yes.
is it fair to say that, like, it couldn't possibly be the case that would be 100% teachers?
No,
I have to imagine it would be spread across,
that's correct.
because we want to do as little of it as possible.
That's correct.
And so if we had, and I think the reason I'm asking is, I think when I'm trying to size how many positions this is, there was an average salary number last time, but it looked low to me, like I had to imagine if it were, but I don't know, like is the right, that average salary was 72,000, 73,000, something?
Yeah, I can answer that one. That is the average salary across all employee groups. So teachers, paras, custodians, administrators, everyone lumped together. So it is lower than what you expect for a teacher, but it's, again, a combination of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. So if that's at 72,000, that's 264 positions.
So we took the 264 positions, which is really, really challenging to really think about. And just to conceptualize, if you took 66 schools, you divide it by 66, it gives you an idea of how many people per school. And that's really simplified and not necessarily what it's going to be, but it would give you some sense of the impact.
That's helpful. I think the other thing I wanted to, two last questions, and I'll be finished here for a minute. How many staff members do we have in CPS?
6,500 total?
6,500?
Ish.
So if we're talking about 264, that's about 4% of the employee complement. Am I doing my math right?
That's 4% on what, in addition to what's on those other lists,
Yeah.
right? So if you go to, is it slide 15?
Might interrupt.
In addition to that list.
I think you got to add benefits into that too. It's probably closer to.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I think you probably need to add benefits in there because it's probably more like 100,000 savings per person, not 70,000, correct?
Is that the fully loaded cost, or is that just the
I
salary?
believe the number was with benefits. So you have to remember for every, for every teacher, there's a para. So you've averaged those two salaries out with benefits.
I had the same reaction. I thought it had to be closer to 100. Either way, though, and again, I think the point, truly, I'm not trying to determine in advance what this is or should be. I'm just trying to get my head around how big or small this is relative to CPS. And thank you very much. I may have some other comments or questions in a minute.
I'm going to just take a point of privilege to go because I have to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Bolton. But I want to say my comments before I leave. So it bothers me when I hear a cut to positions and how do we get to the other positions when we say we're going to look for opportunities and make adjustments. We're going to start where it's easier or where there are more challenges. Because what I wanted to hear is we're going to start with the least impact to students in achieving those goals and guardrails that we set. That's what I wanted to hear. Because I look at security positions, I look at other positions that are on this list, and those go towards what we've said we wanted to maintain and monitor with respect to goals of the district, guardrails of the district. Mental health is a significant goal, but we're cutting there. So I completely understand. I don't want my colleagues to say that we have to make some choices and people don't want to cut things. I think the public and I think our staff would be willing and understanding that we have to make cuts. But where I'm not willing to make those cuts are where they're going to impact the academics that we're being held accountable to. And there's no plan to remedy that, to close that gap. And so it just concerns me to cut an ELA manager. It concerns me to cut school social workers and paras. It concerns me to cut a fine arts manager. And then we have a cut in here for 200, it said on one of the sheets, fine arts would be cut, 200 and some programming would be cut. How does that impact the policy that we implemented as a board to provide PAM for our students? I need to understand the plan in totality and not chop at it. And that's just me. When we say we're going to cut the treasurer's office positions, that could potentially impact payroll. That could potentially impact how we are accounting for different things. I mean, I understand that those are not direct student touch positions, but that is going to adversely impact the operations of the district. And I don't hear the plan to remedy that. I hear that in a hodgepodge, we have to make these decisions before next week, but we could have started earlier. And I just, again, I'm going to say that because I've said that before. And it just concerns me that we're talking about cutting positions where we have invested money previously that to improve academics, and these are going to have adverse reactions on them. And I suggested to the administration and the treasurer's office, please look at tying the goals and guardrails to these positions. I said that a month ago. Now we're hodgepodging it, I feel. This board member. So I don't want anyone to take away that I don't want to make cuts and that I'm wanting to stay exactly where we are. I understand that, but I'm not willing to sacrifice any little gains that we've had because we have a lot of work to do academically. And I don't hear the plan to pick that up. I hear the numbers, but I don't hear the plan to pick that up. So I'm going to go to the bathroom, turn it over to Vice President Bolton. But that's just I'm not willing to, I am not confident that this has been thought out in the manner that is going to be the least impactful to our students academically, and that's where I'm at. So.
Thank you. Member Matt.
Yes, so thank you. So in reviewing this, and if I'm understanding this correctly with the budget pyramid on page 3, so it's saying that we're starting with the fixed obligated costs, correct? And then from there, we're moving to the critical, achieving the critical goals and guardrails and strategic planning. And so to the point that Board Member Moffitt made, I concur with what she stated, because we're saying that this is how we're building the budget, but there's misalignment in what's being presented to us in terms of what the recommendations are that are being cut. Thank you to my colleagues for championing the mental health and wellness policy, because we've worked significantly on developing the policy and making sure that we provided a comprehensive scope to our students as well as our educators. And so if we look at page 17, where we're talking about the school social workers, can you please inform me on whether these schools, if they're K through 6 or if they're K through 8, where we're talking about making the reduction for school social workers?
Kilgore is K6, Fairview K6, Hyde Park K6, Sands K6, Gamble Montessori Elementary K6, Rising Star Carthage, which will have a shift there, will be K3.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking that question is because as we currently know that our school counselors do not service the students in K through 6. They service them 7 through 12, correct? So if we're talking about making a reduction, we're lessening how much support our students will be able to have access to. So there will be challenges in having that collaborative process in these particular schools that we're recommending the cuts or the reductions to. So I would not be in favor of that. And again, in good faith, as I said throughout the entirety of my time on the board, that our budgetary decisions should be aligned with our goals and guardrails. And if we're saying that this is how we're building the budget, it really behooves me as to how we're making recommendations that's going to directly impact in a negative way those student outcomes. And so I would not be in favor of cutting the school social workers. I would not be in favor of cutting the paraprofessionals. I would not be in favor of cutting the ELA manager. And again, I think that it's really important that we're not only making decisions based off of just the numbers. If we're going to consider numbers, we need to consider the data. We just received data that suggests that we're not doing well in wellness. We're receiving data that suggests that we are having challenges with academics. So I think that's where we need to put the bulk of our focus. Again, I recognize that it is challenging, but we really need to make sure that there's alignment with what our decisions entail for our budget. And then the last thing that I'll say, it is very difficult to make an informed decision about our budget when we as a board have not received the information until later today, as well as the public. So I think that, yes, there's been information presented previous meetings, but for us to make such a critical decision, we need to make sure that we have the information ahead of time so that we can make a decision with fidelity.
Mr. Lindy.
Thank you. I realized I had one other question, and I think it speaks a bit to Member Mapp's point about getting information ahead of time. I had sent a request to the administration last week on Wednesday, and the numbers you shared were helpful. I was trying to understand what our teacher-to-student, or student-to-teacher ratio had been over the last several years. There was one other piece that I was looking for, which is forward-looking. So in addition to the, and I think all the board members have this, but just for the public, as I was reading this, our at least teacher of record ratio was about 18-1 if we go back 5 years ago, and it's been gradually coming down over the last 5 years. So more teacher per kid rather than less teacher per kid. So that most recently it's been 17-1, but it's been getting, the teacher to student ratio has been getting better each of the last 5 years. One piece of information I really want to understand is, were the Riff to go forward, what would our teacher to student ratio be next year? And it may be that we don't know yet, but could you just talk about that a little bit? Because I think Riffs are hard and they are awful, and I hope we don't have to do any of them. If we do have to do one, I think there's a big difference between one that returns our teacher to student ratio to where it was 5 years ago versus one that makes it worse than it's ever been in Cincinnati Public Schools. Like, those are two very different sized Riffs. And so I'm trying to understand how big the potential one would be. And if you could speak to that just a little bit.
I would probably, Mr. Lundy, need more time because these aren't just based on, to your point earlier, teachers. It's really across the board, and so I don't have that data churned yet.
And that's fair. I think there are a lot of different moving parts. I think that it just, for my understanding, this could be a situation where once the RIF is over, our teacher-to-student ratio is actually quite in line with what it was 4 or 5 years ago. And I would love not to have to do a RIF at all. And if we do have to do one, it's good to know that it's not going to crank up the teacher-to-student ratio in a way that's worse than it's ever been before. Or it could be the case it actually is that bad. But we would, just speaking for myself, I'm very interested in the answer to those questions as we get closer to a vote on all this. And is what I said accurate? Like, it really could be either of those things.
I understand, and yes, that makes sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
Other board members have comments. Mr. Crossett?
Yeah, I wanted to understand better your slide on the impact positions. Are those positions that you're recommending to eliminate?
Yes, so yes. And
Okay.
so these would be the reduction, those would be involved in the administrative side, RIF.
So on your chart for the 19.8 million gap, I don't think that the impact positions reductions are reflected there, correct?
They're on, if you go back to, I think it's 13, this one, it is
What line item is it?
the second line.
What line item is it?
They would be comprised between the list of 100, the additional CO, and the line by line.
Okay, so they're buried in there.
Yeah,
I
because they're
see.
separated out
Okay.
within those by department.
I got it.
But we pulled
Okay.
those out separately so that you could see them collectively.
So the 19 million, I still would kind of challenge that as to, because I think you've got to, if you're going to reduce an employee, you also have to take into account that you're going to reduce the benefits that you pay that employee. So it's really closer to 100,000, I think, not 70,000. And so we're looking at maybe 200 positions, not 240 positions, which would be closer to 3% of the total employee population. How many vacancies on average per week do we have in the district? Or is it close to that number?
Julia, do you know?
So the question was how many vacancies we typically have. So great question about vacancies. So right now, at this particular time of year, we're looking at vacancies related to staffing for teaching coming up. And so right now, if you looked at our vacancies, we're probably marinating around 180 to 200 teaching vacancies, of which I think the superintendent referred to a little bit about those high needs ones. So some percentage of those are math and science positions that are difficult to fill. And aligned with the goals and guardrails for sure regarding academics. We also have, at any given time, probably 200 paraprofessional vacancies at any given time. And so we've been doing some thinking about potentially ways to populate those in such a way that we can really lean into compliance around those. Again, aligning to the goals and guardrails with making sure the whole child is taken care of and making sure the needs of all of our students with disabilities are being met and our multi-language learners have their paras, our Montessorians have their paras, et cetera. So we're doing all of that. So those, when you look at those buckets, so at any given time, we generally don't have assistant principal or principal positions, right? We generally don't have a lot of central office vacancies, but we do have vacancies in those forward-facing staff positions. And then, of course, our job is to fill those for the summer. Right now, we're a little bit on a pause because we want to figure out this piece of it before we start plugging in those vacancies. Because to your point, Board Member Lindy, we would rather riff a vacancy or freeze a vacancy than riff a human being. right? So that's why we're being very, very careful and very strategic and very slow and cautious around how we're doing offer letters right now. Because we hear you, Dr. Moffett, when you say we shouldn't be, promoting and hiring in a time when we're trying to figure out budgets. And so right now, we're being very specific and checking every one of those offer letters before they go out, because we're purposefully kind of pressing pause on that a little bit until we get a better handle on. We don't want to offer somebody a job and then 2 weeks later say, by the way, we have to rescind that job.
Well, that all makes sense. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
So you're talking about maybe 380, 400 positions, vacancies. I don't know if that carries through the year, but I also know when we get our financials, there's a line item in our information about contingency, which relates to
Right.
vacancies that we know we're not going to fill during the year, and those are counted as savings. So
Right.
I'm curious about whether or not this budget has a contingency line and how much that would affect, how many vacancies we would, or positions that are vacant that we could, I guess, eliminate through a RIF without actually losing a person. I mean, I don't expect you all to know all that, but I know there's some moving parts, so I just want to make sure that there's consideration for that. Is that?
There is an estimate in the current data of negative contingency, well, the vacancies. It's very conservative because we are talking about reduction, so you can't cut the people and do a negative vacancy rate at the same time. So it's all balanced out, but yes.
Great, thank you.
Yes. Thank
Sure,
you.
it's on your radar, and, we're not.
Yes, we talk about that a lot, the sort of, Jen's department is trying to save that money, right? And we're trying to fill those positions. So we often talk about where is that neutral ground where we both have this negative contingency, but also service children, since that's our business.
Mr. Craig?
So I wanted to just raise two thoughts to the conversation that we're having with regard to the budget concepts and ideas. And I think one is, I think this goes back to the conversation that I feel like I've said this so many times, but this is why we need to do this earlier. This is why we need to do this in August, because these things are difficult. And I said this last year, that the budget we did last year was the easy stuff because it didn't touch people. And this year's budget has to touch people. There are no other options. If we reduced all the contracts to zero, we would still be needing to do something to care for these students. And I think this is part of the problem, is that none of these things are we can't do everything we did. We can make decisions and we can look and prioritize and really try and focus on those things that may best put us in a position to keep the academic growth going. But I think the also reality is that we made substantial cuts to central office over the last 2 budget cycles. That makes it very difficult for the central office to operate in a manner in which it would not cost us dollars extra. And I think this is one of my big frustrations as we talk about how a school operates as if the way the central office operates does not affect what happens in the school. If you can't hire a teacher, if you can't verify that a teacher has the certification, if you can't get them the training they need, if your employees are working and don't get a paycheck, they're not going to keep working. And I think this is one of the part of the conversations that we've talked about on audit committee, we've talked about in other parts of it, that central office requires as well. And so I think there's a need to have that conversation as well, not just because our goals and guardrails tell us that we need to work on the academic side to make sure we're focused on the things that affect students' learning, but also make sure we affect the folks who are affecting how students learn. The second point that I will raise, and I think this is a part that was getting a little bit into those vacancies, we've every year talked about having vacancies, and we've tried to use vacancies as a savings point, and I think it's a lovely thought and all. The reality is, if you have a vacancy at a math class, that means somebody has to teach that math class. It's not that that vacancy is a zero-sum gain. It's that either that class doesn't get taught, or you bring in a sub, which is the other part that I thought was just a little interesting point as to what was put on in the budget proposal. Some of the classes listed, or some of the things that were listed for the long-term subs that were, or areas where we were using long-term subs to cover those classes, some of these things are very important things that you have a long-term sub teaching, some of the really important classes, and then some of the things that are really sensitive nature to students who have, autism units and these other things. I think it's a hard thing for us to sit there and not recognize and not appreciate the fact that finding folks who want to teach those things, finding folks who want to be in our classes, in our schools, is a challenge still, because there is a teacher shortage out there in the market. There is a difficulty and an extra effort, and I want to thank a lot of the folks in HR for trying to push and work hard to, you see the signs now out there, and you see the promotions out there to bring people in, but the reality is, there are a lot of people who are burnt out. There are a lot of people who come into this industry and work for 3 or 4 or 5 years and get burnt out very quickly. And the more we keep piling on those folks who are doing that work, the more stuff we keep saying they have to be, the more difficult it is going to be to retain those folks who do come in, who are great workers. And so I want to make sure that we're also not impeding the things that would keep people in the district, not just keep the students learning. You know, if we have a teacher who feels that they're not being supported in all these different levels, and they leave after 2 or 3 years, or they leave after 5 years, that's not a helpful thing for us either. Or you have someone, you know, you hear this with our facilities folks, you hear this with our counselors, you hear this with a number of our positions that folks are not feeling supported, so they don't choose to want to stay in the same way, or may not want to stay in the same way we could be having to do. So I do think, yes, we have to make some hard decisions. We're gonna have to make some choices that are affecting people, and that's just the reality of this. We have to do it in a respectful and humane manner, in a way that acknowledges the thing that is most important, which is our students earning and being educated. But this is also why I think it is important for us to say what we're not willing to do, what we're willing to give up doing. Because until we do that, we'll all keep saying that we want everybody. We will all keep saying these things from different perspectives, and we will not get to a point where we give clear guidance to the administration to bring us back results. And so, I mean, I 100% appreciate and 100% believe that we need to do things that will get our students learning best. I just don't know that that is only the things that affect the classroom, when in fact it could affect the teacher in that classroom, when it could in fact affect the building maintenance folks. I mean, we're deferring building repairs in this budget. That means if something happens at a school where a ceiling falls, if a wall needs to be repaired, if a window's not working right, if an air conditioning unit goes out, we ain't got no dollars for those things. We know that. We've been told that 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago. And that is nowhere in our budget whatsoever. And if we want to sit there and say that that doesn't affect the student learning, let's ask how many students were not able to go to school when the school's power was out. Or when we had to move students because, you know, facilities wasn't working, or something was going off, or an alarm's going off. So again, I think there are a lot of things that we got to sit here and at some point say something harder, to say we are willing to say we're not going to do this in order to preserve all the things we want to do. And I just am worried we're not doing that still.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. If Madam President, if I could make some comments and ask some questions. I don't want anybody to leave here today thinking that, well, whatever we didn't get to cut, we're going to make up the difference by riffing. And that's sort of a theme that seems to be kind of reoccurring, and I'm not sure that the administration is necessarily said that, or that we've given the guidance enough about some of the cuts. But in a budget that is 80%, well, 75% people and salaries and benefits, it's obvious to reach the goal, there's going to be positions that are going to be ended. And it makes perfect sense to start with those positions that are already going to be up contractually, or that don't have the license, or are doing something sometimes very, very important, but something that could actually be taken by somebody that has perhaps the additional credentials, if indeed they exist. Let me ask a question, if I could. Whatever we talked about a couple hours ago, or an hour or so ago, about contracts, where is that in the amount of monies? That would be, well,
That's page
slide on
13.
additional data.
That's page 13, and you'll find them within those top blue. I think that's blue.
So if we said we're going to cut, I'm saying we're going to do this, if we were going to give you guidance and say, okay, cut 18% of the total amount of the vendor contracts. Not all of that 18% is already figured in. Correct?
I think so.
I don't think so.
It was 15.
15%'s already figured in.
Okay, but not the 18%. The 16% is of the total amount that we spend on vendor contracts
Of this year, right.
of this coming, or this year or this coming year.
No, what we spent, it's 16% of what we spent fiscal year '25.
I understand that 16% of what we spent this year is vendor contracts. If we were to cut 18% of the total of the vendor contracts, the 16, yeah,
So you're telling, you would say cut 2% more?
perhaps, but that wouldn't be figured in,
No.
okay. If we're talking in terms of that obligated cost, where there were 4 more million, or 4 million less for obligated, is that 4 million figured in yet? Since that's kind of a new,
They're saying
whatever.
yes.
So that is amount, okay. Then if I could, let's ask if I can do this. When we talk about positions, I know we're thinking 100,000, but a lot of our people do not make a great deal of money.
Correct.
So I wouldn't be too motivated to say that it's well over 100,000 or 100,000, even if you figure in benefits. When you think in terms of our security folks, some of our paras, people are making very less money. So I can see where it's at 70, 80%, considering how many there are of those folks. And very frankly, certainly as a retired teacher, I don't want anybody to take anybody out of the classroom, but I also don't want to reduce security. I really don't think, and we've heard for year after year, the value of the paras in all of our buildings. So I think that's important. And help me out with I think what Ben mentioned about student-teacher ratio, I think that's really important, but that also does figure in other people, as the superintendent mentioned. That's just any longer, no, for the last 20 years, it's not even about classroom teachers. It's about anybody that's certificated is usually figured in on what that is. And there's no district in the world that has more support certificated people than Cincinnati Public because of whole child. I mean, that's been our thing. So the student-teacher ratio, it would be very important to keep that as good or as well as it already is, or try to make it even better would be great. But on the social workers, someone mentioned the 250 to 1. Was that the national, by the professional associations? And the social workers, if you have a big school, does that mean there's still only one social worker there? Is it gonna, like our building engineers or something? We have one, even though you might have a small school with a smaller number of kids?
Yes, that's correct.
But then again, to Member Mapp's point, that counselors, we don't necessarily place counselors in our elementary grades, but we place them at about 7, 12 generally, and certainly 9, 12. So all that would be part of what I'd be interested in knowing, because two things are happening. We are still cutting, and we're still building. It's like Continental Railroad or something. We're doing it from one end to the other. We're building a budget at the same time we're trying to cut to a number. And that's getting to be kind of confusing to be able to be doing both of those. But if we finish today and we did whatever contracts we would say, are you suggesting that if we said, okay, cut this percentage of the contracts, vendor contracts, for all intents and purposes, you don't need that guidance, you just need us to rubber stamp that? Have you already made that decision? Which I don't have a problem with, but guidance means you haven't made the decision yet. But you're saying all these things are already built in.
That's true. So yes, contracts are built in on that page 13.
Okay, I'm there now.
Yes.
Okay, and then if we're looking at the impact positions, I don't think, I don't unnecessarily want to cut stuff that makes it impossible for you all to be efficient or move as fast as you're going to have to move. I also worry about sending too much to title, because I think I've been advised, at least as one board member in these public meetings, that what we're worried most about on title is not FY26, but FY27. So we'll be back at exactly in the same place if we shift stuff to title coming up. Then at the end of, or this time next year, we're going to be cutting more things that we have to because we shifted to something that may not exist. And then finally, I'm very interested in what we have to vote on tonight and what we are giving guidance that isn't really guidance if it's already happened or it's already anticipated. You can't do anything without us doing it, but I really do think we need to know what it is that we're still have available for us to help you decide. Thank you.
So on page 18, this 18, that's showing all of these pieces, all of these bullets are listed within the documents over the last couple of meetings. And those are things that we were seeking your support and approval to move forward on.
These are the board asks.
Yes, ma'am.
But also on the board asks, I don't see the contract piece.
Well, the contracts are within the list of 100 and the central office critical reduction, which is on page 13.
Yeah, I still, I'll take it your word on that one, but I still think that's seems different than the kinds of cuts that we've talked about rather than the contracts, but, okay.
Okay, Board Member Crossett.
I'm just curious, I want to go back to the vacancy topic briefly, but it seems like we have enough vacancies that would cover, on average, that would cover the 20 million gap during the year. Do we or do we not? Well, how much of it would it cover?
I think this year's vacancy rate was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I can tell you from this year, we budgeted about $14 million in vacancy savings. And as of last month, we hadn't hit it yet. So we hopefully hit it this month, but it's, 20 million would be high. I mean, previous years, I think we were there, but not anymore.
So I'm just curious. I mean, it seems like with your proposal with the Riff, that the first thing you're going to look at is vacancies. It looks like on the chart. And it seems to me that maybe just a suggestion is that you don't really necessarily eliminate positions that are part of these vacancies, but you just put a hiring freeze on them for the fiscal year. So that if we get funding, that maybe they would still be able to be filled in future years. Just an idea. It would still have on our books maybe an idea of ideally what kind of staffing we would like to have to help us meet goals and guardrails. It's just an idea. I don't know if that's possible or not. I hear Brandon is kind of sighing back here, but I don't know, just an idea. I feel like the vacancy component is going to be a big part of filling this $19.8 million gap, I would think.
I think it is. I think the hesitation and probably the reason why all those vacancies only sound like 14 million is exactly what Vice President Bolton said, which is most of the vacancies that occur throughout the year are para positions and positions that are less high paying. Because if you have a teacher position that you have to have, then we hire all those long-term subs that we just saw, right? To Board Member Craig's piece, because if you need a math teacher, you need a math teacher. And if you don't have a math teacher, then you hire one of the 140 long-term subs that we had this year, and you fill it with a $51,000 math teacher instead of an $81,000 math teacher. And there's slight savings, but there's a cost for everything, right? Because they're not licensed and they may or may not know their content as well. They may be fabulous. But with that regard, we tend to fill the teacher vacancies because without a person in front of the room, that's problematic. If you don't have a para and you have to have one because you have a student with an IEP that requires an IPP, then if we don't have one, then we have to call an agency. And then we have to go outside of our organization to get a third party to bring those folks in. So in some cases, we're going to get those paras at a higher cost. That comes in a contract, though. That does not come with ours necessarily if we can't find enough paraprofessionals. But the vast majority of vacancies that exist throughout the year are not at higher paying jobs. They're lower salaries, and as such, those don't add up nearly as quickly. So while.
But it's still 14 million.
Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, it's a large chunk of change. We just have to be strategic about how we think about that. But that makes sense. But if you need a math teacher, like, there's one of our high schools has 4 math teacher vacancies. You can't really just freeze those and say, well, we're just not going to do math this year. So obviously, then we have to figure out some other ways to structure that.
Sure, I get that. I meant freeze positions strategically, not across the board or where
Yeah.
they're really needed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Lindy?
Thank you very much. I think I'm prepared this evening to support most of these requests for approvals from the board with, I think, one caveat, which I want to get into for a minute here. And I think I'm better able to get my head around all of this because of the exchange for the last bit. And I appreciate the context on being able to size kind of how big the Riff might be or might not be. I continue to think that we need to approach this entire budget process from the perspective of what is going to make the biggest possible impact for student learning. I think that is job one for us as a school district. I think this would be true for any school district. I think it's particularly true for us. We have 80% of the kids in CPS are economically disadvantaged. I'll share a couple numbers here I know I've shared before, but last year, 52% passed the 3rd grade reading test. 21% passed the 8th grade reading test. This is in reading for economically disadvantaged kids. So we have really, really important work to do. I would like to see us fully fund the thing or things that we think is going to make the biggest difference in terms of student learning, and then make bigger and deeper cuts elsewhere. I continue to feel like we are, and I understand why we're doing this, and I say this without judgment, because I think this is a deeply human impulse and comes from a good place, but I think we are trying to back into the smallest possible RIF number to balance the budget. And again, I understand why we do that, because we care about the people who work here. I do too. I think that is a good impulse. I also think it can lead us to do something other than prioritize funding the things that will make the biggest difference for kids, even if that means we need to make harder and deeper cuts other places. For me, the best bet, the best thing we could invest in this budget is around helping teachers implement the high-quality curriculum that we have already purchased. I think it's not enough to buy the curriculum. I think we need to help people use it well. I've shared this number before. It got some attention in a previous board meeting, but as of the winter instructional rounds, only 37% of teachers were using the ELA curriculum fully. I say that without blame. It is hard work. I think it is our job to fund and support implementing that curriculum effectively. I think this is an incredibly good investment. It's 40 times more impactful than class size reduction, and that's according to the Democratic Center for American Progress. I also think you've got great proof points from around the country that this kind of investment really does work. So not just the Center for American Progress study, but if you look at the NAEP results that came out recently, the state with the largest gains in reading was Louisiana. The biggest investment that state has made is in high-quality curriculum and in professional development for teachers to use it well. You can see now, if you look at the state of Mississippi, Mississippi 4th graders in NAEP actually outperformed the state of Ohio in 4th grade reading. And a big thing that state has done is exactly the thing that I'm asking us to resource in this budget. So for me, I just want to put a number on this. Like, I would like to see us commit $1 million in this budget to helping teachers implement the curriculum that we have purchased and that will make a difference for children. I think there are a lot of different ways we could spend those $1 million. I'm open to multiple ways of doing it, but I think we have to fully fund and fully resource the thing that is going to make the biggest difference for kids, even if that means we need to make bigger cuts other places. So if there's a way to invest $1 million in helping teachers teach the curriculum that we have purchased, I will support everything that is on this slide. That may take a little work. We may have to revisit this. I'm open to revisiting this. But for me to support the budget, I have to believe that we're investing in the most important thing, even if that means we need to make deeper cuts other places. Thanks.
Vice President Bolton had her hand up.
No, I think that makes sense. I would bet you, though, that the administration could probably point to a number of things on here that actually are devoted to that. And you'll recall, at least 6 sessions ago, we talked about the idea of the goals, guardrails, and building around a budget towards something instead of having to, get to something based upon cuts. So I would agree with you, as whatever instruction and what have you is the most important thing. I do believe, though, that it's beyond instruction in the classroom. I do think it's getting kids to school would help that. I do think the kids feeling safe at school is part of it, feeling wellness and healthy and whatever, and feeling the social and emotional. It's all wrapped up to one. But my feeling is that we need to at least get to some point tonight where we're voting on some things. And very frankly, like even that list of 100, I don't know that if we vote on the list of 100, that means that all the board members that are voting for the list of 100 is all the 100 things. Because even the list of 100, the administration has said no to, or decided not to do. So there probably has to be some sort of an elasticity to what we're agreeing to, but it seems to me that it's time to at least figure out where people are on what the asks are. And if the asks, I think if we could add the contracts as being an ask, I think that would be helpful. I mean, I think there's been enough guidance kind of by the dialogue as you guys go back into your efforts to think.
Okay, Board Member Crosser, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm good.
Does this $19.8 million gap take into account the projected $2 million from the foundation coming in?
No.
All right, well, I think what I'm hearing is a little bit more information. Well, some people are ready to vote, some people are not ready to vote. We've definitely provided guidance, but I also heard the administration say that there was a timeline that was restrictive. Part of the reason why we suggested, to Board Member Craig's point, to do this earlier, we've been suggesting for some of these things back in May to be presented. I don't like feeling like I'm under the gun and have to rush. However, I do want to have some integrity in the process. I'm not in agreement of all of those things. To your point, Vice President Bolton, some of the list of 100 I agree with, some of it I don't. I do want to ask a question of the administration. Can you share if there has been any consideration around reorganizing certain departments for efficiency? So it feels like we are cutting existing things that have an impact, but what about reorganizing positions to be efficient? We're in a contract year, a negotiations time right now. And so maybe we're asking some more people to do things with less. So for some departments, we know they can be a little bit more efficient. Maybe it's someone that quit and someone's picking up their role, their responsibilities. I'm speaking like, let's say transportation, for instance, because that's the vein of our existence. Someone that's a position that's not there. And so has there been any reorganization? We haven't looked at the org chart lately, but has there been any reorganization of departments for efficiency?
The best department I can think off the top of my head is Department of Student Services. They've done a lot of reorganizing this year.
But they have a lot of cuts here too.
But these are positions that will go into classrooms as opposed to being here at central office.
So when you have here I'm wanting to understand the impact report that you have, and I'm looking under like Department of DSS. Student Services has like nine things here.
Yes.
Home instructor, home instruction coordinator, vocational evaluator, transition coordinator. Those are significant cuts to that particular department. And when I look at the impact, reduce access to resources, so how is that department going to be reorganized so that they're efficient? I think I'm still confused about, in totality, the plan to lessen the academic impact or the impact to students or the services that we provide.
So a couple of things. One, with those positions returning to schools where there would have been a long-term substitute teacher in a special education classroom, now we'll have someone credentialed in those classrooms as the priority. The director has expressed the ability to reorganize the department in order to fill the gaps with those positions that we're transitioning. I know you probably want specifics that I can bring to you or ask Chrissy to bring to you.
Okay, I guess I'm still just a little confused, because it says for the impact report, unable to work with CHD, lower reductions result in not covering every school. So that's an impact to the school and the inability, so I'm confused, I'm just very confused. So maybe it's that it needs a little bit more explanation, or it just needs to be shown in a different manner. Because I just am wanting to invite reorganization so that maybe the department can be more efficient, and then there happen to be cuts there versus, I just want the work to get done. But are we ready to vote? Is there a motion or anything on the table? Sir, Board Member Craig.
I have one question, and I'm happy to put a motion on the table of what I think summarizes at least where I think some of the stuff we have agreed upon is that selling a property, I didn't really hear much discussion of what that was in reference to, and so I just wanted to get a quick.
Sorry, selling a property is on the list of 100. We do have maybe 4 or 5 lots that we're looking at, and we'll have general counsel come to give a little bit more detail. We have had inquiry on at least a couple this current school year.
Yep, thanks. So from the most likely to be able to be sold is a property, we call it the Digby property. It's above, it is not Coy Field, but it is a couple of tennis courts that are above Coy Field. We separated those parcels out last year and they were able to be sold. We would expect that to bring $500,000 or more. There's some interest in the Burton property, but we have not valued that, so that's an estimate. And then I believe on the list also is some possibility of the Jacobs property as well.
It says sell property near Jacobs Center. So those are estimates that you have the only thing that's a surety is $500,000.
We feel confident about the Digby property, the others are estimates.
Vice President Bolton?
I'm very supportive of that, as long as it's not entailing the big lot that we have on the west side or something else. And I do think we still have to protect our properties from the state, because that still appears in the governor's budget, if I recall, maybe not in the State House budget. But I've been here 17 years, and in 17 years, in my memory, and I believe it's clear because I've looked back as best I can, we have not ever had a massive or major riff. And I don't want to have one without us divesting ourselves of every single property dollar we can find or revenue we can somehow generate or whatever. I mean, because that's very serious stuff. We have a great track record with the taxpayers waiting 8 years for new money, now 9 years for new money, because we've been operating with very relatively fiscally responsible budgets. But now that we're ready to do something larger riff than I can recall in 17 years, I feel strongly that we do need to divest ourselves, and we have to tell the people that might be losing their positions, or the taxpayers that are going to get a request from us in November, yeah, we've thought of everything, and if that's a divesting property, I would be very supportive of it.
Any other comments? Board Member Mapp.
I just had one question about the fine arts manager. So I know that that's a position that the individual is retiring, but have we considered what that, can you hear me? Oh, okay, sorry. So I was inquiring about the fine arts manager. So I know that that position, the individual is retiring, but have we considered what the restructuring of that position would look like as well, considering that this is a critical part of our district?
A very critical part of our district. I was pleased and don't have the detail yet that I was at a celebration last week for Dr. Rudnick, and there was the announcement and introduction of someone who was going to pick up the work of the Jazz Academy, for example. And so again, I don't have the details on that, or I'm not even sure how that's totally happening, but I know that it's critically important.
Okay, thank you. And if you can provide an update once you get more information, that would be helpful. Board Member Craig.
So I would like to put a motion on the floor to accept the Tier 1 fixed cost obligated base part of the pyramid, the potential exploring of the selling of property, and then what I was going to say with regards to risk is just in that first pool, the positions that are either vacant or in excess of the available positions, that those could be explored. And that would be all that I think there is some level of consensus around, at least from what I've heard from discussions. I would put that motion on the floor with also the request that other potential, whether it's the contracts, whether it's the other roles and other positions, continue to be developed and brought forth for additional vote later, but that these are the three from what they've asked that I could see as some level of consensus around. So that's
I can second. I have a discussion question.
I like that. So we've got, Board Member Craig, one more time, Tier 1, selling property, and the Riff.
The first section of the RIF where it's the vacant positions and then current employees in excess of the available positions for 25-26 school year.
Treasurer Wagner, do you have that?
It's the first tier in the RIF part. Yep.
Hold on one second. That was seconded by Board Member Lindy, Vice President Bolton. Do you have it, Jen?
Yep.
Hold on one second.
Considering a friendly amendment, again, I hate to be beating a dead horse, but what's already been built in is the general fund on the vendor contracts. What's already been built in is the general fund only, because that's what we have to pass. And with all of the contracts, it gets to be 160 million instead of 77 million. Help me out with, and this is just discussion within my friendly amendment that I would like to add, even though we're only concentrating on the general fund, those contracts are also outside the general fund, or they're split. Or could it be the ones that are the general fund and general fund split? How could that work? Maybe a little tutoring on that for me.
What do you mean, how can that work?
Would that improve or would that increase the amount of impact the vendor contracts would have on the amount of money we're trying to cut? If we did more than the general fund ones and did just also the general fund and split contracts?
You want to add those to the vote to approve those?
I would like to,
To approve those?
yes, to increase those.
So I think that Board Member Craig was putting a motion on the floor where there was overarching consensus.
But
There
I
wasn't-
asked for a friendly
I
amendment.
understand. But I don't know if there was consensus on
That's what we find
contracts.
out.
So my question is, Board Member Craig, are you accepting that or no?
So let me maybe make a friendly amendment to the friendly amendment.
Sure.
That the percentage of the vendor contracts, that 16.2% for the general fund, because it's technically all really, I mean, it's not all we really need to do, but that's at least getting us to what we're talking about here for our budget purposes. That percentage, that the vendor contracts be not less than that 16.2%.
I like that.
So it still required them to bring back specifics, but that we were committing to no less than the 16.2% percentage-wise, which gets a little bit back to your original thought of giving a percentage. It can be more if we find more savings, but it cannot go less than the 16.2%. Would that be
I'm
sufficient
feeling
to-
very friendly towards you right now.
okay? This is my second support the friendly.
Oh, wait, Board Member Lindy?
So I was of a similar ask, but I think it's even less onerous, I hope. I'd like to support this if the administration can figure out what it would take to make part of this budget an investment of $1 million in supporting teachers to implement the high-quality curriculum we've purchased. You may have ways of doing that is really thoughtful in less than $1 million. And I wanted to share, I'm open to that. But for me to support this budget, I have to believe that there is a reason why this next year is going to be different than this past year on the most important thing that we can do to improve student outcomes. And so I'm happy to support all these things if what we get back at the next board meeting can include their thinking about that topic.
So maybe, I'm all about creating friendly amendments to the friendly amendments. Okay, so rewording all of this, so the amendment, or the motion would be with the friendly amendments, the tier 1, the Riff of only that first block, which is just the vacant positions and in positions in excess of the available positions for 25, 26. The selling of authorization to sell, to explore the selling of property, to approve, to authorize the amounts that the vendor contracts reduction would be no less than 16.2% as proposed, and that the administration and the treasurer's office would identify or potentially identify the support for
How about an
use of the
impact-
curriculum and development of our teachers at or around the $1 million mark.
I would even say like an impactful investment. I've shared what I thought the
Yeah.
number would be, but I want to leave room
they
for
would-
them to come back
so-
with something.
Yeah, so it would be providing a method of doing an impactful investment into our teachers regarding the curriculum. Does that sound, is that supported by the second?
Very friendly.
All right. Accepted by the friendly amendment motion maker?
Yes, friendly. I'd throw one more in, but I'm not going to do that
Okay,
now.
please don't.
Can I ask a
Yes,
question?
ma'am.
May I
Yes.
have a point of clarity? The Riff line that they're referring to, does that include the positions that are on slide 15? So on the board action reduction in force process, that slide, the blue,
14.
it's got the blue arrows on it,
One more up.
slide 14.
No, his was just vacant positions, right?
Those aren't all vacancies?
But it said in excess of budgeted positions.
Not that
Available
slide.
positions.
Oh, wait.
Just trying to be clear.
So do we need to clarify this again? It's not including those positions, right? Or it is?
I don't feel like it is. They're not vacant, so we're not eliminating vacant positions.
And we haven't made a decision
No,
on
we
what
are eliminating
are
the vacant
those levels of those staffing for each of the other positions, right?
Spring tech.
The spring tech would be? That would be helpful.
So we can maybe change it to the vacant positions and then spring
And
tag.
spring
There
tech
you
would be
go.
helpful. Okay, thank you.
Hold on. Whoa. Mr. Gallagher, can you come to the mic and say what you said so that we can all hear you?
I said, my belief would be, looking at that line from the eliminate the vacant positions and those employees in excess of the available positions for 25, 26, that would not include all of the impact positions. There may be some that qualify, but I don't believe all would. But the second part, in excess of the available positions, I believe would qualify the spring TAC positions, because that is based on an updated enrollment and projection. So it would be allocating those teachers based on the number of students we expect to have. So I believe it would qualify for that second part.
So those could be currently filled positions. The spring tech data?
They would need to be filled.
Right, so they may be currently filled positions, but they may have to be shifted to another school, right? So if there were, or there could be a situation where like if a school that they have 3 vacancies, but now because of projections, they only need 1 of those 3 vacancies. So the other 2 vacancies could either be frozen or probably frozen in that case. If you're in a situation where a school has hired 4 pre-K to 3 teachers and they only need 3, bad example, but they only need 3, that other 4th teacher then would move into a vacancy somewhere. So it's really just doing that fall tack in the spring so that we're moving teachers, paras in advance of the start of school, both to downsize budget and to right-size schools and to make sure that we have as many licensed teachers in those positions as possible. Does that answer your question?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Vice President Bolton?
I'm not feeling friendly about that on the spring TAC, largely because what's going to be reported is that today we decided that we were going to, based upon the spring TAC, we were going to eliminate 75 teachers and 65 paraprofessionals. I don't want that to be the.
Add 67.
No,
Yeah, so just for clarity quickly on that.
add 67, excuse me, and cut
Yes, I was just
75.
gonna say the same thing, yeah.
I'm
So
not
that is
interested in
cutting
doing that.
teachers and that's cut.
Positions may or may not be actual teachers, but many of those are going to be vacancies, but so when we say Riff, everybody thinks immediately of a person. Our first job in Riff is to look at vacancies. So the first thing we would do is freeze a vacancy rather than displace a human being.
So
get
maybe a friendly amendment is just on the vacant excess positions.
Period.
Yes.
And then any vacant positions, including vacant excess positions of 2025-26 school year.
And only the vacant positions, not the second half of that, just the first half of that. Do you got it, Jen?
Got it. So let me just repeat it, so.
Please,
Okay.
please do.
So there's a motion to accept Tier 1, the fixed and obligated base, the exploring of property sales, the vacant RIF positions, whether it's spring TAC or not, just only vacant positions at this point. And then contracts that are no less than the 16.2% reduction, as well as administration would identify a support for the use of $1 million to implement curriculum and development.
Well, I did hear Board Member Laney say it didn't have to be that number, but it needs to be a process, because that was his number, right? Is that right? Okay.
A process.
Yeah, I wanted to throw out a number to be generative. I think you could do something really meaningful with that. You may have other ways of leveraging things we have, but I wanted reason to believe next year is going to be different from this past year.
All right. Does everybody understand? Oh, wait, Board Member Mapp.
I'm sorry. So as we're talking about the vacant positions, that would include the 3.5 social workers, correct?
One more time, I didn't hear you.
So as we're talking about not filling the vacant positions, that would then include the 3.5 vacant positions for the social workers, correct?
It could, if it's a vacant position, based on what's being said right now.
So it's just not, there's no one in there, it's just not filling that position. Is that right?
Correct.
Not filling it.
Yeah, I understood you to say you wanted us to only look at positions that were vacant and not ones that had people in them at this iteration.
So, okay.
No, go ahead.
So you're saying that there are people in those positions, or there's not people in those positions for the 3.5?
Correct. The 3.5 positions of school social workers right now are vacant. So is nobody sitting in those 3.5 positions for FY '26. There's the chart right there, board member map. So there were 3 school social workers that were long-term sub PBIS folks who have somebody in them. It's a little bit different. They're social workers, but they're not licensed school social workers. So they're considered long-term subs. So they're like a long-term sub for a teacher because they don't have the requisite licensure. It's a little bit different in school social work world. They're PBIS social workers. The retire, rehire person, that's all because of riffing, because following the Riff rules, you have to go in a certain order. So that's why those folks are in that order. But the top 3.5 are vacancies. There's nobody in theirs. And those are in part because I know that we had at least a couple of people who have resigned for next year.
Okay, but this ultimately could still impact the social work allocation for these particular schools.
Right, as will every vacancy for every school. If you start taking vacancies in it, then it affects allocations everywhere.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question. Where do the retire, rehires fall?
In terms of riffing, where does that fall? So when you riff, you first look at vacancies, then you look at long-term subs, then you look at retire, rehires, you look at part-time folks, and all the part-time folks, you're also still looking at contracts. So we're looking at limited contract versus continuing contract. And then we look at seniority for limited contract. So if you have it, this is why everyone wants a continuing contract, right? Because it protects you in a RIF. And so those folks would be very last. So retire, rehires are one of the first group that you look at after you take any long-term subs out or folks that don't have a contract at all. In this particular case, there's some, and there's, so in that position may take care of itself in that I think that particular person may not be returning, I'm not sure yet. But we put them in the order as we know them today. Like I don't have separation of service, we don't count those people. People say, well, they might be leaving, but not until I see a separation.
And one last question. When we talk about the selling of properties, Mr. Hoying, are those tennis courts impacted by the Coy Field? They are not. The tennis courts for Coy Field?
Coy Field, you would not know that the two properties are together. Coy Field is up on the hill. You can't even see it from Coy Field. Coy Field is our field. Hughes uses it for baseball, track, and I believe football workouts. They're completely separate, and they're now separate parcels as well.
Okay.
And the tennis courts themselves are beyond repair.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Board Member Mapp, you can continue, and then Vice President Bolton. Okay, so just want to inquire about the fixed and obligated costs. Is that the slide that's on page 4 that we're expecting? Will there be reductions there, or there will be, will there be reductions or savings on the fixed obligated costs?
So there's a reduction from the May 19th estimate, simply because we just paid off a bunch of debt. So our debt payments are going down for next year. That's the major reduction on the fixed and obligated costs.
Okay. And so this is all of what that tier 1 that Board Member Craig is recommending?
The base, right. This is part of it. So if you go to the next slide, on one more slide, you show this bottom block shows you the cost of that bottom base, the $438 million. Is the $59 million of fixed and obligated, plus the school-based and things that are required by the collective bargaining agreement, plus the minimum state transportation of $28 million.
Okay.
So you're voting on the $438 million.
Okay. And then if I could make a friendly amendment And I'll be done, or I'll vote accordingly.
It's
If
becoming a
we are,
family amendment at this point.
well, everyone's putting things on the
That's
table.
right.
If we can remove from the vacancies those social work positions.
If we were to say to freeze, just to have them as a freeze hire as opposed to a Riff, would that be sufficient to you? Because I do think we have to long-term explore that full conversation.
You said to freeze hiring?
Yeah, to just keep it as a freeze as opposed to a full-on Riff for that part. Would that work for you?
Well, I think it would still create that challenge with that 0.5. And so
I understand. Again, I think we're going to face a challenge, though, and I don't know that if it's a position we haven't filled anyway this past year, I don't know that we're going to fill it next year either, but or some of those positions, but I'm happy to say we can do that for this week while with a commitment to explore it for the next meeting as to what the long-term solution would be.
say that one more time.
I'm happy to make that amendment with the caveat that we would explore what the long-term social work requirements would be going forward. I'm also a little bit concerned about leaving some things out that are vacant from the list of vacant positions, and that's what my struggle is, because I don't believe everyone has a vacant position they want filled, and I think that's, to me, that gets back into my question of what are we really saying that we're willing to commit to do. So I'm happy to do it still keeping it as a freeze, not as we won't necessarily riff at this one, but that it would be explored at the next budget, in the next meeting where we discuss the full budget.
Okay, I can receive that.
If that is happily accepted as a friendly amendment from the seconder.
As well. Board Member Lindy?
Okay.
Vice
So
President
we're
Bolton?
cutting the vacant positions, but just freezing the 3 social worker ones. Okay, just so you know, that does not help the budget problem. If you just freeze them and don't fill them, I still have to budget for them.
Right, but according to Board Member Craig, we can discuss it again at the next board
Got it.
meeting about what the long-term.
Got it.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes, I have a question. The superintendent explained this to me the other day about long-term subs and extracurricular folks, and maybe retiree hire. First of all, retiree hire, at least in some of the contracts, they are supposed to be the first people that are notified. Is that correct, or am I remembering an old contract from from
That's
when I used to
correct.
teach?
That's correct.
So,
Right.
and that being the case, are retiree hire contracts or positions annual?
They are, so let me just back up just 1 minute. They
Okay,
are
sure.
the first after you release any vacancies and long-term subs, right? So the first people that when you look at licenses, when you look at licensed or certified folks, then you have retiree hires as the first group, correct? Your great question was, are retiree hires on 1-year contracts? So that is, I would say that we did some language changes in the last 2 contracts around retiree hires because we wanted to attract retiree hires, right? So they started at step 3 and then could move up to step 10. Since then, we have now start them at step 10 and they can go to step 14, 13, 14.
Wow.
And so while some of them are on a contract, it doesn't matter when it comes to a RIF because they're still first in line. And so they won't be on a continuing contract. It would be a contract limited, but everybody that has a license, after you get rid of long-term subs, everybody from there on down has a contract. So when you're talking about riffing, they're still at the top of the list of RIFs.
So in this motion that talks about vacancies for a RIF to begin, we have not included long-term subs, or we have not included retiree hire, but if we say we have a hiring freeze, extracurricular are annual contracts, long-term subs are annual contracts, does that mean that those positions would not necessarily be anticipated to be filled?
I would say that, I guess, and this may be more the superintendent, my understanding is that right now, we are somewhat at a hiring freeze unless a position is absolutely critical to
Should have been.
operations. a need at this point, that there may be some positions, again, that we are certainly hiring for because of the need to have that role, but that I don't know that we would be hiring any of these roles or making any of these determinations before the 23rd, so I don't know, the superintendent would probably know better than I would, or.
I think we can hold until the 23rd, till we come back on the 23rd. The last couple of positions I brought to the president just for clarity, and we did not move forward on those.
Right.
But we can just wait for any hiring until we come back.
Yeah. So I just wanted to help with the long-term subs, just so that there's lots of clarity around, because it gets very confusing, and we have some very long-term loyal folks who have served in those roles. And so, like, kudos and thanks to those folks. When it looks like you're looking at a RIF, and when you're downsizing population, you have to start with those folks. They don't have a contract year to year. They don't have any contract. So at any point, let's say you put a long-term sub in a science position because we couldn't find someone, and magically a science teacher appears who is a wonderful fit. We could immediately put the science teacher in and displace the long-term sub. We don't often do that because in the middle of the year, you don't find teachers falling out of the sky who are great, but it happens, and so then we do that. So just so that we're clear about that, all of those long-term subs positions, those 140, those have already been posted, we're already filling those are calculated back into the allocations for the schools. The only reason we ever have long-term subs is when we can't find a teacher who could fit that role. Or in some cases, and this is happening more and more, I'll be honest with you, is as pipelines are being developed, there are local university partnerships. As people are getting really, like somebody may have finished the SHINE program at UC and they have their master's in special ed. They finished it, they're ready to go. They're waiting for their test 190, their reading test to pass. We might go ahead and hire them because they're all but passing that one test, and they're also our employees currently, and they're moving. So that's kind of an example, but long-term subs are an August event, they're not a May event, in my opinion.
Right, there's 140 of them, and for all intents and purposes, those positions don't exist unless we say, we want you to exist again.
No,
No,
those positions do exist. Right now, there are no long-term subs.
not necessarily-
So as of May 23rd was the long-term subs' last day of work. And today, right now, there are no long-term subs because we haven't hired any long-term subs. Right now, we have daily subs and we have teachers under contract. Those are the two categories of people that we have.
I got you. Well, that's what I'm.
Yeah.
I thought that's
So, but the
what I said.
positions still exist, the people in those don't exist unless we can't find folks, and you got to have somebody in front of the classroom.
And that's true for extracurricular activity people.
Schedule E.
Schedule
So
E.
Schedule E positions are annual contracts also, yes.
So we would have to make a determination to continue that.
Right, so the allocation
with
is sent to the
long-term
school,
subs.
and the
Thank you.
ILTs discuss it, and the ILTs make their recommendations about Schedule E.
But those positions don't exist unless we say they're going to exist again.
Right, we say the dollars exist, the ILT decides which
You
positions.
got it. Thank you.
So we have understanding now of the the motion, and the 3 amendments that have been there, and they've been friendly accepted on all terms. The administration has things to do to get back to us by next week. Can we vote now? Is there any more discussion?
Just one more question.
Are you
sorry.
serious?
I just want to make sure I have clarity. So, board member Bolton, I think you kind of spoke to this, but I missed it, and so we might need Julia and Delatio just one more time. So when we're talking about page 17 for the social workers, the long-term sub positions, is that considered a vacancy where we're not filling that position? Or would that be something that's discussed at a later time? Because from my understanding of the recommendation, we're only focusing on the vacancy piece.
Right, so the vacancy, so it's a little bit different with this, and I'll be honest with you, I probably need to get back with you on that one, because these particular social workers are a little bit different, because they're in PBIS, and it's there's just a little bit of a licensure tweak. So even though they're called long-term subs, when I talked to Manisha House about it, she said these are long-term subs, but that's only because they have a little bit of a different title, because they're PBIS social workers. So I hear your question, I understand what you're asking. You're like, am I freezing 3.5 positions or 6 positions? So I probably need a little bit more information on that. Superintendent, I don't know if you have, sorry.
I would just want to follow up with you on what is the licensure and what
Yeah.
is required to be a school social worker in our district. But we can have that conversation tomorrow.
But the 3 LTS, PBIS people are not part of this motion.
That's, okay,
Today.
that's what I wanted to
Okay.
verify. Thank you. Okay.
Thanks, Jen.
I'm good now. Treasurer Wagner, can we vote now?
Vote.
Did you want to still say something? Okay, I'm like.
Vote, okay. Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Crossan,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Vice President Bolton.
Yes.
President Moffett.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
So the budget's solved, right?
What did you say,
So the budget's solved?
You're ready to go. All right. Another presentation? Or are we done? Did we put those all together? Okay. We have several topics for board matters this evening. I will start. I kind of was anticipating that we would have a sample resolution for CPS school fair to support the fair school funding. As you all may know, I think I sent you all the email. City Council did pass a resolution for us saying that they would like, that they, wanted the funding formula to be fully funded. And I was anticipating, and I sent out some sample resolutions that we would have our own. Maybe we can have that, Mr. Hoyne, for the next one. I don't think I was clear. I put it on there and I tagged you guys in the agenda, but we don't have a sample one. So just think about it. I sent this out to everybody, some sample resolutions for fair funding, and wanted to see if there was any desire for that, any pushback for that, and then we'll have something for the next meeting. I wasn't clear to Mr. Horn.
That's great.
Okay, so we'll draft up something for the next meeting. Our next topic is Vice President Bolton, a proposed resolution supporting increased penalties for moving violations in school zones.
Yes, this is something that's been moving its way through the state capitol. I heard it on a local news of several weeks ago, and of course, after our presentation tonight, and I would like us, as we find out what the actual status is of that law, to be able as a board to support, kind of in the name of the kids that did what they did, and also, as they pointed out, our continuing problem, pedestrian safety anyway, most particularly on the west side of town, the west side of the district seems to be most prevalent. I'd love to be able to have a sample resolution to support of doing that. And I will tell you, there are also some members of the community that want to come and ask the board also to endorse a resolution about having cameras installed specifically in school zones. And that's always unpopular, but there seems to be interest. But right now I'm just worrying about, just trying to deal with the construction zone penalties for being be equivalent with schools, or schools being equivalent with construction zones. So maybe we'll have a sample next time.
Okay, this also sounds like a topic we need to have at our joint meeting with the city too.
Be great.
That's coming up, I believe, in August. Do they have a sample resolution? You have a sample one?
I've seen a very short one,
Okay.
but yes, I'll get together with general counsel.
Board members have any other questions, comments? All right.
Very supportive.
Oh, great. Our next topic is an update around state and federal budget. Does anyone have a update around any news? I did hear that the Senate budget is supposed to be announced tomorrow.
Yes, that's what we're hearing, is they're going to drop their budget tomorrow. So we'll be in a flurry to review and try to get some testimony together. In terms of, we don't really have any updates on federal budgets yet.
Okay, well, tomorrow's a big day. We should have some updates for the next meeting or for the CAL. And the naming of CPS's new middle schools, the Roberts Health and Dental Clinic as well. That will be you, Vice President Bolton.
Two things. As many of you know, there was a remarkable soft opening at Roberts School for the new health center. And I know we've mentioned it a few times in the last 6 months or so, that the suggestion of perhaps naming it for Darlene Kamine, who invented basically Community Learning Center, the Institute, and what have you, and has been shepherding our efforts along that way. And so I would just suggest that that would be something that would go, I believe, to policy, but it would be my suggestion to name it for her if there is interest by the board to do so.
Board Member Lindy.
Just as a procedural point, we looked at this in policy committee last week, and there is no special purview of policy when it comes to naming schools. Like, that is the decision of a full board. If you would like policy committee to look at that policy for whether we should change it, happy to do it. But if it is a question about what the school should be named, there's nothing in the current school naming policy that delegates that to the policy committee.
I think it should be full board. I think that's great. And I'm happy to bring that, or any one of us can bring that back as a suggestion for the health center. And then that leads us to the next one, is that there's basically the last chance we'll have to seriously try to rebrand or rename the 6 schools that are going to have different purposes than they had before is probably the June 23rd. So I would make an assignment to the administration to be able to gather whatever suggestions have been made regarding the renaming, if necessary, or interested by the board exists of the 6 schools that are very much changing who and what they are.
So
the next meeting.
The administration already sent out something asking for names. Are you saying you want something additional, or you just want us to vote
we
on
probably
it?
need something additional. I think that was suggestions that, it's my understanding, at least from Pleasant Hill Academy, was coming from the principals. Makes sense. But I know the community has suggested a couple of other things just at Pleasant Hill, particularly in making it a middle school, that it should change its name so that the middle schools or junior highs or whatever, they're all going to be middle schools, let's say, probably for the branding and rebranding probably would be good to not necessarily carry a neighborhood name unless we want them to. So I'll assign that to the administration to have a more expansive and see if there's ideas coming from the community. I'm only familiar with the one coming from College Hill for obvious reasons. I do know that the people in Millvale want, whatever happens or whatever the name is, they do want Ethel Taylor's name to continue to be associated with the school. I think that community group has told us that in a rather extensive letter. And Hartwell, I haven't heard anything from that community, but be interesting. And I know if there's some interest in saying that these things that are associated with particular high schools, somehow, maybe it would be helpful if they somehow carry that, but that's something we can talk about.
Okay. All righty. So do board members have any assignments? Or just repeat the assignments? Vice President Bolton.
That the administration would come back with a list of possibilities for rebranding of the 6 middle schools.
Can I ask a question about your assignment? Vice President Bolton.
Yes.
Are you wanting community engagement in 2 weeks, or are you saying begin?
If there's been some community interest, to share it, and I think probably community engagement will be necessary. But if we're doing it in part to rebrand, that needs to happen pretty quickly. And if there's not a particular process, who knows? Because here's the reality. Those communities are no longer the communities of those schools. This is a very unusual situation that we have before us.
Okay. Any other assignments? Oh. I was gonna say, we've made some significant requests of the budget. And I think, I know one of my assignments was to explore and expand on any the impacts that are recommended and how those things impact the goals and guardrails, student learning. Any other assignments?
Yeah, so we assigned to Chief Burkhardt providing us with the information of the amount of students that are in the K through 8 buildings that may have siblings. And then we also recommended the updated numbers for enrollment, I think in comparison to what was projected.
Okay, any other assignments? I think Board Member Lindy, your assignment was to see if there's any exploration, to explore the professional development. Do you want to formalize that as an assignment?
No, I think it was part of the motion, so it's been
Okay.
accepted. I don't think we need to do anything else.
All right, anything else? Okay, look around. A proposed consent agenda has been distributed. Do board members, the superintendent, or the treasurer have any exception items to the consent agenda? I'm so sorry. Board Member Matt.
Oh, you're fine. So I do have a correction to make to the May 19th business meeting. So it's at page 460 is the heading number. It's under one of the comments that I made. So I just wanted to correct the information around Reese Price in the kindness corner. So it should be the Being, BEING project, as well as Seeds of Change grant. So I just wanted to make that correction. In addition, I would like to make a motion to pull the promotions for the principal recommendations under the superintendent's recommendation.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Just a
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
procedural clarification. I think if it's a consent agenda, anybody can pull anything out.
Sure, sure.
So like, I'm happy to second that. I also don't think we need to second it, and it can just be
Okay.
voted on separately.
Okay, thank you for that. No, that's what he was saying. Okay.
Okay.
Any other exceptions?
So just to be clear, that the promotions that are in the superintendent's recommendations will not be voted on tonight. Is that correct?
That. So I'm gonna have to learn, I'm gonna need to learn about this. So her motion is to take that section of promotions off. That's what she's
that's what I'm
proposing.
Right.
And we're saying that that doesn't need a second to do that. But we had a second when I asked for the promotions, we had a whole vote about it. So I'm needing some clarification. Because I did this for the promotions before, and we had a vote about it. So now what I'm understanding is, hey, we don't need a vote, we can just pull it out. One of them is right and one of them is not.
I think the way the policy is written is that any member can take something out of the consent agenda for a separate vote on that item specifically.
Okay.
So you would take that out, you'd vote on the consent everything else in the consent agenda, and then you'd have a separate vote on that item.
Okay. Okay,
Thank you, Dan.
thank you. So are there any other exceptions to the entire consent agenda with those things pulled out? Okay, so we can vote on
So we
that.
need the motion and then the second.
No, we don't need to vote the motion, right?
For the consent agenda.
Oh, no, I know.
On the consent agenda without the
Without the,
exceptions.
yeah, that is
Yeah.
correct.
So,
Ready?
So moved.
thank you.
Second.
You ready?
Yes.
I didn't know if you wanted a discussion.
Oh, well, do we need any discussion?
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Crossen.
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Vice President Bolton. President Moffett.
Yes. So now we vote on the exception.
Okay, wait a minute, give me a minute.
We give our poor treasurer
Okay.
time to catch up.
Got it. So this is on the promotions on, what page is it on?
It's page 3.
Page 3.
Recommend, Rec 1, Section D, lines 1 and 2.
Okay.
So
So-
we need to have discussion. Do you want discussion? Because we already have the vote for the motion. It's pulled out. Now we're discussing it, right?
Yes. So I recommended to have this pulled from the superintendent's report. We have received significant feedback through emails, through hearing of the public about concerns regarding upholding the LSDMC policy. And so wanting to make sure that there is in fact the correct interpretation of the policy and that the selection process for principals are in alignment to what our proposed policy or our recommended policy from the board is.
What's the motion?
Discussion.
My understanding is that you're now voting on whether you're going to approve the promotions or not, right?
Okay, Board Member
Dan?
Lindy.
I think procedurally, it's been pulled, right? Somebody needs to make a motion to pass it. Otherwise, it's not going to get passed.
So I move that we do not accept the promotions for the principal positions and the superintendent recommendation.
Second.
Any further discussion? Board Member Craig.
Just as a point of clarity, is the position for the second principal listed there, is that an interim position or is that the full-time position?
This is interim.
And then is that, I guess maybe the follow-up qualifying, the interim would be for a year, or is that an interim until a time where there was a selection for a permanent position?
For the upcoming school year.
Okay.
Vice President Bolton.
Explanation, just for my benefit, everybody else's. What's the affirmative versus the negative? Voting in favor of the motion would be to not have those promotions take place, right?
Correct.
So to say yes would be agreeing with the motion, to say no, okay.
To say yes would be you're not promoting.
And I can make a friendly amendment to the motion that we do not make these positions, that we do not accept the recommendations today until further review of the actual LSDMC policy and ensuring that the LSDMCs that are assigned to these schools have followed the said policy.
Board Member Crossett.
I'm kind of curious, this is a question for the administration. In terms of, being sure that we can launch a good school year in the fall, what would be, obviously you would like the timing to have a principal in there now, but seems like we need to do this fairly quickly so that somebody can be ready to go for the fall. Is there a timeline suggestion that you might have for us?
I would just say as soon as possible. We want it to be done right. We want it to be done well. The problem we start running into is members leaving for the summer, for example.
Well,
But I guess I would want to talk to the board separately about what you would need to hear from the LSDMC to make you feel more confident in their selections.
So I'm under discussion. I'll just share. I'm not confident that the board policy for LSDMCs was followed to the full complement of the LSDMCs. It was said, we've shared it and discussed it extensively, that it needed to have a minimum of 12, that's not a maximum, and that just didn't happen on some areas. I would like to invite and give the opportunity for the administration to go back, and if the LSDMC, engage those LSDMCs in the event that they they still would like those particular positions. Some of them have expressed that they felt the policy for the board was violated, and so I would like to confirm that with a full complemented LSDMC. And again, we don't have anything in policy that states that there is a time limit when people can join, that they're prohibited from joining when there's a principal search. None of those things are listed. So unfortunately, that was the interpretation that was provided. And I want to be certain that those schools, which we have given the power to have an LSDMC, have indeed done what they've requested to do, because that's the board policy. So if it's the truth, then it'll come back around. And if it's not, with full engagement and full clarity, then they will be able to have their engagement that that we've given them the power to do. So I'm ready to vote. Does anyone else have anything else to say?
Ready for a vote?
Yep.
Mr. Craig?
Oh, wait, just one more time.
I'm sorry.
Confirm, a yes means you agree to not
Delay.
promote
Not promote.
at this time. Okay. A no means you want it to be
So wait,
promoted. Board Member Craig?
just to clarify, what we're voting on, based on the friendly amendment, was that it would be delayed until further discussion and come back to the next meeting for final vote. Is that a
And
correct?
so making sure that there has been an opportunity to review as well as align with our actual policy to make sure those processes are in place.
So wait, hold on one second. I have a question for clarification. I'm not sure if 2 weeks is enough time for that. Did you say the next meeting, or did you?
I didn't say the next meeting, I just said to review, to make sure that we had time to review it and also make sure that it directly aligns to what our policy expectation is.
Because those positions were not to begin until when? August?
August 1st.
Okay. A little bit of time. Vice President Bowman?
I'm sorry to raise this issue. Help me out. We are using this opportunity to review the policy? Or is there an expectation that other names would be submitted?
So I think it's based off of what where President Moffitt just discussed, that the administration goes back, review what the policy is, and then make sure that there is alignment fully to what the policy states. And so if that is not the case, then that needs to happen, and that may require a new interview process to align with what the board policy outlines.
Okay, thank you.
Superintendent Murphy?
Yes, ma'am. Not done this before, so I'm asking. I've seen it when the superintendent has simply made an interim appointment without the LSDMC process. Is that allowable? I've seen that happen. I've been a part of that before personally, but of course, that was years ago. So I've seen it where it gets so late in the summer, the school must have a principal to operate, and the superintendent, in the past, not Shauna, has made an appointment.
I'm just going to speak as a former chair of the LSDMC, again, under a different administration. I think I've seen that, but what was told to me as a former chair by a different administrator is that that's not the preference. The preference, that is definitely the ability to do that, but that previous administrator wanted to engage the community and not impart upon the community what she wanted them to have. And so she exhausted every opportunity to be able to allow that community to be able to engage so that they felt like they were a part of that, because she felt like that was maintaining the spirit of what the LSDMC policy incorporated. So she worked with me very diligently to engage my LSDMC and had the assistant superintendent at that time work with us over the summer to ensure that that happened and that we were comfortable. So I think that, to answer your question very succinctly, you are probably within your rights to do that, but I would caution that that particular community that we're speaking of, those two communities have expressed to the board that they felt like they were being excluded, and I don't want them to feel that way. I think it's just to take a little bit of extra time and actually engage probably wouldn't be detrimental, considering that the particular positions don't even begin until August the 1st. Board Member Craig.
I just want to point out, we did this 2 years ago when the LSCMC had difficulty in selecting a principal at a high school in which there were multiple rounds, and so ultimately a person was selected to be the interim to restart, to allow the LSCMC to restart their process. So I think it's absolutely fair to say that a superintendent has that purview, has that right to do that as part of the purview. Again, with the premise that if there was something they felt that did not happen right in the process, you can certainly restart the process to look for a long-term principal, which is ultimately, I guess, the goal in a lot of ways in this process. I would also only caution to at least bring this back next week because, or not next week, the next meeting, only because the next meeting after that is July 16th, or no, I'm sorry, July 14th.
Yeah,
And that is the only other meeting we have before August 1st.
Yeah.
And so my only concern with us not making any decision is that we will not only not give the authority to make the promotion for an interim even, but that we will put ourselves in a position where there's not a way to even potentially review or redo a process within July. There's absolutely no way that you're gonna get something done from July 14th through till August 1st. So I would just maybe ask that that be at least brought back to the discussion table to make it either a recommendation or a decision, whether to move forward or not move forward at the next board meeting for that specific reason.
And I think that's up to the administration to, the speediness of which this happens is really directed by the administration as well. So engaging those communities, I think, is time is of the essence for you all too. So, all right, are we ready to vote? Okay. Or did you want to say anything?
No, I was just going to reiterate actually what you said, that I think it's incumbent upon the administration to kind of move forward with this in a timely manner. So.
Jen?
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. We don't need to review the assignments. The chair will now gladly entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Is there a second?
That's a fast.
Is there a second? Who was the second?
Nobody.
And am I going to second it?
Kendra, second. Thank you. All right. There is unanimous